Ahoy, landlubbers! It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Let's talk. It's Friday. It's October 24th, 2025, 10/24/25. If you write your dates that way, very exciting. I'm uh, I'm mad. This will surprise no one. So I feel like I've been talking more about this in the last few months than I normally do. But I had something of a revelation this week because, well, I've talked about how I wish I could just be just like a wholesome person who, is like a role model. Like I do my best to be positive. It's very difficult for me because it doesn't come naturally. I mean, even when I was growing up, just like my sense of humor was kind of nasty at times. Like I've always sort of been driven to be funny, but like it's really easy to be funny at someone else's expense. It's much more difficult to just be funny. Um, and so, like I've made some jokes recently about how like on some level I'm mad that I like can't just be Mr. Rogers. But then this week something happened and it made me realize like right, there's a reason for this. I didn't choose the anger, it was forced upon me because things are always like this. They're just always like this. Um, so those who keep up with the streams, I'm not very much for social media. This will surprise no one who also is around for the streams. Um, you will know that I mentioned last weekend that something important was supposed to happen this week, which is that the windows in my house were supposed to be replaced, which has been something I've talked about a lot this year. A lot. It's come up a lot. I've mentioned it a lot because it's taken months to get it set up, and it was supposed to happen on Wednesday. Supposed to. Important words. So October is a difficult time for me because I do my best to make something special happen for the Halloween stream, and it's something exciting for me that I look forward to that invariably takes quite a lot of work. And this year in particular, I think I've put more work into the Halloween stream than ever by like a pretty significant margin. I've spent the vast majority of all of my free time from like September 30th or something to today, setting up for the Halloween stream in various capacities. One thing in particular is taking quite a lot of time, and I'm not even sure if anyone will like it, but I am convinced that they will, and I think it's good, and I am excited for it. Um, and is it like self-inflicted? Yeah, but like time has been really precious, and so a week ago today, I got a call from the window people, and their paperwork says that once they like custom fabricate the windows for your house, they will give you 7 to 10 days notice to prepare for the window installation, which is relevant because in order to do the installation, there are various things you have to do. They ask you to like trim any like plants on the outside of windows so that there's like a safe place for people to stand doing the installation. You're also supposed to clear like 3 feet of space in front of the window on the inside, which can be difficult where furniture is adjacent to windows. You may not be aware of this. Here's my hand. This over here is a window. And that right there, that's a window. So I have like stuff adjacent to windows, like humans who live in homes of any description. And so instead of giving me 7 to 10 days, they gave me I think it's 5 days. Last Friday they told me this Wednesday would be the earliest that we could do installation, and they offered like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week. Friday obviously being pretty bad because then I would either have to resign myself to missing the Friday stream in October, which is bad and I don't like that. Or would have to really scramble to get stuff set up after having to like move everything out of position to do the windows. I was disinclined to go with Thursday because, well, some of you know what my luck with contractors is like. And if this supposedly 1 day job turned into a 2 day job, then we'd be back at square one with the whole don't really want to mess around with Friday situation. So I was like, fine, I will do Wednesday. Now, you might ask, like, well, why not just, like, choose a date further out? Well, that's complicated for various reasons. For one, I'm still working on setting up the Halloween stream, and the closer we set this up to Halloween, the more danger there is of it overlapping with Halloween and causing problems. Really, I was under the impression that there was a good chance this was going to be over with earlier in the month. This was never stated explicitly, but the amount of time that had to pass to get here felt like there was a good bet of that based on the initial estimates. But like, yes, all of that very annoying, and so great. I chose the most recent date, but there's another wrinkle where last Friday when they called about this subject, you know, these days all calls are robots, right? Like, it's really hard to assume that when you get a phone call from a number that you don't already have like saved in your phone, that like it's a human with anything of consequence to reach you about. So, you know, I got a call from an actual in-state number, which is like typically a green flag because all the scam numbers that call me are normally from Pennsylvania or California, places I have previously lived. There's some exceptions to that, obviously, and I think I've probably gotten some Florida spam calls before, but typically calls from Florida are actual something of relevance. Still, I let it go to voicemail, and I checked the voicemail right away, and it's like, hey, this is the window install people calling to set up the window to install your windows. And I call back, and the receptionist who answers connects me to nothing. Like, I tell her, like, oh, I'm like calling back, I'm this address, someone said that they were ready to schedule my appointment, can you please connect me to them? And she's like, yes. And then she disconnects me, and then I wait like a minute and like check to make sure that I have the right number, and I'm like, did the voicemail leave like a different number that's more direct so I don't have that happen again? And no, it's one of those situations where if they call out, it gives the same number you would call into. So I call that number back, and she's like, oh, I didn't mean to transfer you there, or something to that effect, something like really vague and ominous, like, I transferred your phone call to the shadow realm, that's not supposed to happen. And it's like, yeah, obviously you shouldn't transfer my phone call to the shadow realm or whatever. But so like, instead of this time transferring me to the correct person, she's like, well, I spoke to the person who you should talk to, and she gave me 3 dates. So like, you know, already batting 1,000 here. So like, we didn't get the agreed upon time frame to prepare for the installation. The receptionist not exactly showing off peak performance or making a good representation of the company. And now when I call to schedule the thing, I don't get the chance to talk to someone who might be able to like answer my questions about scheduling, like a normal, like the person whose job it is to do that. Like, I just get secondhand information of 3 dates that I can choose, and like 2 of them are pretty bad, as discussed. So I'm like, great, I will choose the least bad option. And they're like, cool, then we'll be ready for that. They don't tell me what time to expect people to arrive. They send a confirmation email that does not even contain the agreed upon date in it, let alone further clarification on what time they might show up, which is just baffling. Just really odd. It's 2025. Like, everything is automated. Surely they've put this in their computer system. The email doesn't even say the day. It doesn't even say the day. It doesn't even say like, we are now ready for Wednesday, October 22nd. It's just like, all right, cool. So like, a few times in this process, I've gotten communications like this where it's just like, this communication serves no purpose. It may as well self-destruct. Like an email that just acknowledges that we sent you an email and nothing else. But they did emphasize like, oh, like make sure to follow the checklist. And the checklist is like, there's like a bunch of stuff on there that's like really particular to stuff that's not relevant to me, like making sure that your pets aren't like loose in the house. I don't know, a bunch of like random stuff like that. And then like the main ones are like, basically make sure that the path to Windows is clear inside and outside. Again, discussed previously. Um, and you know, so I have like 5 days. I have a whole house of furniture. Much of it is by Windows. Um, I'll be a little candid here and say that my support system in Florida is limited in scope, in that I still largely know my parents. There's been a lot of chaos and stress and not a lot of opportunities to get out and try and form relationships, which is disappointing in various ways, but also just primarily because it was like a goal of mine for the year to do that, and like boy have things not worked out in that way. Um, and to the real candid part of that is that my dad's being a little weird right now. He's not really communicating with me or being super cool. So that leaves just me and my mom to deal with this. Now, my mom, as you know, is a saint who will be canonized, certainly, for her worldly efforts. She like did all of the work trimming all the plants by Windows in my house, and even took care of these two regrettable like bush plant tree things that I don't like. She was just sort of like, they are very tall and in the way. I might as well just get rid of them because I know you don't like them. Extremely generous with her time and effort. And it was like a hot day that this was going on. It sucked. It was awful. And then even after that, she's like, I'm going to go home and shower, and then you should just call me and I will help you move the furniture, which I really didn't want to have to make her do at all. But it's like a whole house of furniture. I did as much as I could by myself, but like some of the stuff was like really unwieldy, and kind of required two people. So, basically like, the way it worked out is like Friday I got the call to set up the window appointment for Wednesday. Saturday I did a normal Saturday. I ran errands, did the stream. Sunday, I put in as much work as I could on the Halloween stuff, trying to clear up time for the next couple of days to focus solely on setting up for the window appointment. Monday, I did a lot of like incidental, like tidying up and clearing up stuff that's like kind of in storage, particularly in the guest bedroom that I have and make poor use of. It's kind of just a stack of boxes that I haven't gotten around to doing anything with. But like I spent a lot of time doing that, and just like, cutting down some boxes because I've had a lot of like things shipped in the last like 90 days. And then on Tuesday was the bulk of like furniture moving, and my mom like doing the plants outside. And so, that was like a lot of work. And it's a lot of work at a time when time is at a premium. Like, I'm really looking forward to November just so that time isn't like this anymore. I'm very much looking forward to Halloween, and I hope that everyone enjoys it. And I can't stress enough how much it will mean to me for you to just show up and experience it, and honestly even just be honest with your feelings about any of it. Just that much will like make the effort seem somewhat worthwhile, because like it is like for me, like I'm doing it because I think it's fun to do, but like also like all of the only reason I do this stuff is because I think I am contributing something to you and your experience and your life. So like hopefully it is meaningful to you, I guess, is the main point there. And so, it was not great, the timing, and I was not thrilled with it. But by the time that Tuesday night came around, and like we didn't like finish moving everything into place and covering it, Sakula, I'm gonna hit you up in a I'm gonna need you to be patient. is not the time. The time will come, but it is not now because I'm being super serious right now. Um, but someone remind me later, and we'll have fun, and we'll have fun later. But now I'm being super serious. So we come around to like reasonably late on Tuesday. Like I eventually have to directly call the window install company back to get them to tell me what time to expect them to show up because they do not provide that information at any point willingly, which is awesome. And they say, well, it will depend on when the install people are able to get to our warehouse and drive the windows to your house. But it will likely be between like 8:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. And it's supposed to happen in the scope of one day. And I'm like, okay, great. So like, 8 p.m. rolls around. We're like finally finished like moving furniture out of the way, like tarping everything over, just cramming my kitchen with everything that can't go in another room because there aren't any windows to replace in the kitchen as part of this. And so like, as someone who likes to stay up late, I'm pretty much in a position to like eat dinner, immediately shower, immediately go to bed. And I more or less do that. And I get up early on Wednesday, the day of the appointment, so that I can finish like taking out curtain rods and like doing a few other like odds and ends, like covering up some furniture, like the bed that I slept in that like I can't really cover up, before the day of. And, I actually like, I don't sleep great, but I'm not really stressed about it. It's just that like forcing myself to go to sleep early is difficult. And knowing that I have to get up early usually affects my ability to like sleep normally. So like the situation could be a lot worse, but like I am as prepared as humanly possible. I've done all the crap. And like now all I need for them to do is show up and do exactly what they promised and get the job done in one day. And then finally I could stop worrying about this thing that has like consumed so much of my year. And if you're an intuitive person, you might know what that means. What it means for me to phrase it in exactly that way. Which is that like, I think it was like, honest to God, like 5 minutes. I think it was like 8:25 a.m. So like 5 minutes before the start of the window, during which I might expect people to show up to start, taking out old windows and installing new windows. And I get a call from their office and they're like, hey, so this is Window Install Company. And we're gonna have to reschedule if that works for you, is I swear to God what the woman said to me. And this is important because that phrasing is really important. Because it's phrased as an offer, right? Like it's phrased as like, like as like a benefit to you, we will move the appointment. And I'm like, well, no, it doesn't work for me because I've secured vacation time so that I can be here and be present and oversee this work. And I've tarped over every piece of furniture in my house and moved everything in my house so it is an inconvenient location so that you can be as streamlined as possible in your process. But I don't want to live in like forced squalor for an indeterminate amount of time. I would say that no, it doesn't work for me to reschedule. So what are the other options? And, like she was not prepared for this, which does not inspire much confidence. Like, I don't know what kind of answer you expect. I just don't know what answer you expect. Because, like, we're not talking about, like, I've had a lot of issues with contractors in this past year and, like, 2 months. In the past, like, 14 months. And, some of them, like, there's actually a great example. When we moved in here, my parents paid to install like a water purifier because for one, we had the fart water situation, which turned out to be unrelated, but go back and watch the VODs if you want to learn about the fart water. But like, so we installed a water purifier, and that was like a whole process. And then, that's something that's supposed to be serviced once a year. And like a couple months ago, like it came due for that to happen. And they, like they had me call in and schedule an appointment. And here's a fun fact. When I scheduled that appointment, they then like texted me the information to confirm the appointment that I'd scheduled, like immediately, which is crazy, isn't it? Can you believe that we have that technology in 2025? But so, like they are on top of their stuff, those guys. And then I was like over at my parents' house, like late in the summer after my niece and nephew had visited, and I got like a call from them. I think it was like the day or like 2 days before, and also relevant, like at least 24 hours before. I think like 48 hours before the appointment was supposed to happen or something. Because I was over at their house when they called, and I don't think there was a point where I was going to like stay at their house and then go to my house for the appointment. But anyway, like they're like, okay, so it turns out that the guy who would be doing, your maintenance just quit without any notice. He's just gone from the company now. So we're going to have to reschedule you, and unfortunately, it's like a month out. But we're going to, like for the inconvenience, we're immediately going to give you a 10% discount on the appointment. And it's like, oh, okay, great. So like, the process itself isn't that invasive. They kind of just like come to your house, they like check to make sure that the water inside is being like filtered, and then they go outside and then they make sure that the filtering system looks good and isn't gonna break, and then they like charge you like a routine maintenance fee. It's not cheap, but like it's not a big deal in any sense. So like you don't have to restructure your entire life for the appointment. So if it gets canceled a few days ahead of time, it's not a big deal. And they immediately, like without me asking about it, they're like, and just so you know, like we're gonna charge you less because we screwed this up. Because it's our job as the company to like care about customers and do right by them. 10%. I mean, it's not a lot, but also keep like the maintenance fee. Like it's like shy of $200 for the maintenance fee, which like sounds like a lot, but it's like a really proprietary system that makes like swamp water into like pure water. So like it's a fancy proprietary thing. It honestly seems fair to me, and I think the 10% is entirely fair there. Like there was no point. Like I was like bummed for a little bit because it was like, oh, like I'd lined up my week to like make that like a convenient point in time, but like they just handled it so professionally. I just genuinely like got off the phone and was like, oh well, oh darn. Anyway, let's move on. Window people, they ask quite a lot of me. They ask for me to rearrange my house and my life and waste a bunch of my time to set up for this thing. And then like 5 minutes before the appointment, they say, like if it's okay with you, we have to reschedule. And it's not okay with me. And they were not prepared for that answer. And so after I like get upset, not angry, distinction, upset, not angry. Like I'm upset because it seems ridiculous to call me like 5 minutes before I'm expecting people to be doing the work to then like expect me to be cool with them like trashing my entire day. And then like this lady wants to get me off the phone like a bad habit. She's like hold please, and then she puts me on hold, and then she transfers me to the wrong I swear to God, she transfers me to the wrong place again, and it bounces back to her desk, and she again says something like, oh, that wasn't the right hold on. And then she transfers me to the office manager. And oh, I will say, at some point when talking to the first woman, she said something like, and I'm trying to remember precisely what she said. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the only information she offered me about why it would be necessary to reschedule the appointment was like, yeah, the guy got hit this morning. Not telling me like who the guy was or what it meant to be hit or like how that affects anything. But she said something like, yeah, the guy got hit this morning. So, we go through the rigmarole, and she transfers me over to the business manager, or the office manager. And the office manager's sort of like, hi, hello, like, what's happening? And I was like, yeah, so it's like 8:25 on a morning when we have an appointment for people to replace the windows in my house. We made an agreement, we set a date. It's supposed to happen today. I went to quite a lot of effort to make this happen, and I cover all the bullet points of like all the work that goes into making their lives easier, because it sure doesn't make my life easier. Um, and she's like, well, yeah, but so the install crew, they got in a car accident this morning. So we have more information now that they got in a car accident. And I want to be very clear about this because I'm very upset about this whole situation, and I don't wish ill on the installation crew. And it's not that I don't feel bad for the fact that they got in a car accident. It's not that I think they deserve it or any ridiculous interpretation like that. And I point this out because we're on the internet, and sometimes people say that they like pancakes, and other people are like, "Why do you hate waffles?" But so like this, the like escalated version of this conversation is the first time I've actually been given even the barest amount of information about like why it's even necessary for them to call me about rescheduling the appointment. Um, and I'm like, okay, I understand that, but again, you are a company with which I have an agreement. You've accepted a not insignificant amount of money as a down payment. We have a contract. You have agreed to make this work happen today, and like a lot of work went into making today happen today. So what are we doing to make it happen today? And she's like, well, you understand I didn't make the car accident happen. I'm like, that's, lady, I didn't say I hate waffles. I'm saying that you said that you were going to send people to get the work done today, and I expect the work to be done today. And she's like, well, it can't be done today. You think we have like installation crews just sitting around? It's like, it is inconsequential to me how you operate your business as long as you make good on your agreements with your customers, such as myself, who is expecting the work to be done today. So what are we doing to make the work get done today? And she's like, it can't happen today. And, you know, like we go back and forth like this for a little while. My mom prompts the very important question that I was mad enough not to even ask, but the very relevant question of like, I do have enough information to know that the install crew is supposed to drive to a warehouse and pick up windows that were custom constructed for my house. And she's like, did they have the windows when the accident occurred? And this is an important question, not because it is more important than the safety of the people in the car, but because we had to wait months and months for them to be constructed. So if it was the case that the windows were already in the car, this would present an even larger setback, which, thankfully, is not the case. Does every single company hire just a single worker? It is such a profoundly relevant question, Neko, because like, oh my God, I don't know how these things keep happening to me, except I do, and we'll get back to that at the end of the story. So, you know, we have a really unproductive conversation where she keeps acting like I'm being completely unreasonable. And at this point, I will be very clear that I am upset and angry, not upset. Relevant distinction. I am both upset and angry. I'm upset because we've handled this whole situation completely badly from the start. And I'm angry because even when I bring this to their attention, they're doubling down and becoming worse and not understanding my position and not doing anything to fix it. And so, you know, like they have demonstrated no effort on their part to make today happen for me. They have demonstrated no sense of empathy at all for the degree of inconvenience they've subjected me to. They have not apologized a single time. And, you know, like she at one point says, like, if you don't like stop yelling at me, I'm going to hang up the call. And it's like, then like do anything. The reason I'm upset is because you're doing nothing. You've tried nothing and you're out of ideas. And again, for some reason that's completely baffling to me, you are confused by the fact that I'm upset about this. Like, I genuinely just don't know what you expected in this situation, and the fact that everyone involved was so woefully unprepared to, like, improve this situation in any way or to handle someone being upset is just shocking. I mean, yeah, that would be a great thing to say, Letters. Like, if you hang up the call, I'm literally in the same place I am now. And I ended up saying something like that at one point, toward the end, because, like, after she said that, I said something like, all right, you know, like, we agree to move the appointment to the second. They're like, we can set you up for an appointment on Friday. And it's like, my sister in fate. I already didn't choose Friday because Friday is a bad day for me. So we're not doing Friday. And so, like, I'm like, okay, if Friday is the soonest you can do, what about Monday? Because Monday is in a direct conflict with everything that's important to me. And then she, like, puts me on hold and she comes back and she's like, okay, we could do Monday. And this is also great, is that, you know, like, Wednesday was, like, a perfectly normal sunny day. And when I set that appointment, the same was true for Monday. Now Monday is forecasting rain, which rules and is awesome because I am such a blessed individual. But toward the end of the conversation, you know, like, I say to her, like, you know, it's like, okay, so then, like, if you're not going to do anything to make this appointment happen today, then, like, what kind of compensation am I meant to expect as, like, part of this process? And she said, like, extremely bluntly, like, not even entertaining anything. She's like, there will be no discount. But the one thing she offers me is that she will have the crew uninstall and reinstall my blinds at no charge, which is insane for two reasons. The first of which is that I don't have any blinds, and for second, that, like, that would already just be, like, part of the amount of money that I would have, like, paid into the contracted agreement. Like, I guess you would just, like, refund me on the back end or something for, like, yeah, like, the blinds are, like, nothing. My response to that was literally like, that is nothing, that is less than nothing. And she's like, well, that is the only thing I am offering you. So, like, I just want to be crazy clear about this. Like, and again, I'll contrast this directly against the water purifier people. Obviously, the scale is different, right? Like, the Windows is a much bigger job. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily, like, a more, like, skill requiring job, because, like, the water purifier is, like, literally space technology. It's literally NASA technology. It's crazy stuff. But, like, you know, they were so proactive about handling the situation. They called, they expressed, like, condolences about the fact that they could not meet the original requirement. They explained it without me having to ask. You know, like, they offered, like, a range of information about, like, when we could reschedule. And they gave me a discount that I did not have to ask for. They handled it like an absolute A+ business exchange. And then these, like, window people, just absolute opposite in every way. Like, everyone I've dealt with has been completely unprofessional. They have, like, treated me like hot garbage, despite the problem being, like, nothing that I caused, and them providing me, like, just calling me with problems, no solutions, no offer of compensation, nothing at all. And then, like, treated me like a complete a-hole when all I was doing was responding, I think, pretty realistically. Reasonable might be a stretch because I was not kind to them, but they did nothing to warrant kindness or compassion because they came at me first. They escalated, like, before I would even normally be in a situation where I would get upset. But now we come around to it, because I started this story by saying, like, I had a revelation this week. And, you know, like, I've been thinking recently, because we've had these sort of joking conversations about, like, I wish I could be Mr. Rogers. You know, like, I wish I could just be that guy who's soft-spoken all the time and wholesome and positive, and, like, you truly couldn't guess that he's ever had a bad day. Like, I want to be that guy. That's so aspirational to me. But I realized that there's a reason why I'm not that guy. And it's I didn't choose the violence chose me. Because this happens to me every time. If you watch my sister's streams as well, you'll know that she's taken to saying, nothing always happens, because she is one of very few people I've known on this earth who share whatever this quality is. In some ways, I think I have it worse than her, but truly, I think we just experience the same very similar, very frustrating thing differently. But, like, the point of the matter is that, like, I never get, it's so rare for me to get a positive customer service interaction on any scope that, like, the situation I had with the water purifier guy is so memorable to me. Like, it stood out to me and was good and great, and I'm happy that I'm doing business with those people. And like everything else, I mean, like, you know what happened with the plumbers. They, like, collapsed my ceiling and then refused to take, like, accountability for it, and then seemed to think I was, like, insane for being, like, furious with them for collapsing my ceiling. And then, like, these people are, like, trying to, like, make me feel bad because, like, one of their drivers got in a car accident, and I never said that the you know, like, the car accident wasn't like a valid reason for them to, like, be experiencing issues, but, like, they just have absolutely no redundancy. They have no plan for anything to not go according to plan, which was the same crap that happened with the plumbers. And then, you know, like, we've had so many other issues. Like the electricians. I don't even think I talked much about the electricians on stream. I think I talked a little bit about them. My mom dealt with the brunt of that. But, like, we wanted to upgrade the fuse box at my house. My dad's recommendation, because he's an engineer who is, you know, very familiar with, like, electrical systems and things of that nature. And he's like, yeah, this house was made in the 70s, and if you're going to plug in, like, a streaming computer and a bunch of, like, modern TVs and stuff, like, you're probably going to want to upgrade it just to be on the safe side. So, you know, like, we invested in that, and, like, my mom did a bunch of research to find contractors in the area, because I was, like, dealing with, like, 80 other things at the time. And then, like, these psychopaths, like, cut open the wall on the outside of my house to make room for the expanded box, and then had absolutely no intention to cover up the exposed wall of my wooden house in the middle of hurricane season in a rainy climate. They like, literally were just like, well, we don't do that. We, like, make problems. We, like, cut holes into houses. We, like, expose houses to the elements, and then we just leave, because we're the devil. We're just bad people. And I just, like, there's no rational explanation for why this would keep happening to me. Like, I don't know, maybe there's some argument that contractors in Florida are the worst, but I mean, like, when I was in California, the contractors that they got at my apartment building were also horrendous. Like, the guy who, in the middle of, like, an extremely heavy rainy season, which is, you know, like, in California, when it rains for, like, 12 days pretty much nonstop. Doesn't rain that often, but it pours. And you know, like, one of the times my roof was leaking, like, dude just came in at, like, 10:30 at night, took a screwdriver to my ceiling, like, cut a much larger hole in the ceiling than, like, where the water was dripping from by default, stared at it for a minute, and didn't just leave the apartment, he left the site. Like, the contractor they called in to deal with the emergency situation with water coming in through my ceiling just effed off. He made the problem worse and then left, having solved nothing and having no plan and having communicated nothing to me or the building manager. So, like, it can't simply be Florida, even if Florida contractors are worse. I'm the common denominator. I don't understand why it's like this, other than the violence chose me. And in a way, it's reassuring, because it's a reminder that I'm not the problem, and that for the last, like, 12 years, 13 years or something now, it's been so long that I've really been consciously working on myself and trying to be a better person. And, like, I have chosen to avoid violence. I can't stop the violence because it's constantly prodding at me. But, like, I have chosen to reject the hatred whenever possible. And I feel good about that. And every so often, and by every so often I mean pretty much nonstop, I am tested. And at the end of the day, it's night. And at the end of the week, we stream. And when we stream, I believe someone said birthday. Ole. Hello to everyone. I know some of you joined during the long rant and that Zach had to wait a while for his song, and I apologize for that. But, like, I really had to get the feelings out, and I really genuinely wanted to communicate that personal revelation, not just because I think it's potentially relevant context for those of you who show up on a weekly basis, but also just because
you say birthday?
I believe they did. But also because, you know, I think it's good to be honest about things that are difficult, because sometimes other people are dealing with these things and they haven't yet achieved a state of self-awareness to the point that they can acknowledge it for themselves. Sometimes it is easier to see these problems in other people. It's much harder to see your own behaviors and tendencies and to work on them. So, like, maybe you hear this story and you realize, like, oh man, like, I also am someone who find themselves angry a disproportionate amount of the time. And maybe it's not entirely my fault. But I do want to be clear that if you do see yourself in this story, that doesn't absolve you of the effort that it takes to respond better. I do my best. I'm absolutely not perfect, but I am not trying to give anyone an excuse to just be mad for its own sake by saying that the external things justify it. All I'm trying to say is that, yes, it is a struggle and it sucks, and people shouldn't have to deal with that because there's nothing fair about it. But I get it. I see you. We will work on it together. I love you all. It sounds like you're saying. I mean, I don't mean to brag, but I will say that a rather noteworthy number of people in my life, at various times when I've been, like, deeply and profoundly upset with someone, have either, like, witnessed first or second hand, like, the details of the communication I've had with those people, whose necks I would like to wring in a cartoon fashion. And they're usually like, wow, you, like, really actually stayed pretty chill. Like, even, like, my mom witnessed, like, the entirety of the angry phone call I had with the window install office manager lady. And, like, after the fact, I was just, like, seething and, like, muttering swears under my breath and stuff, like I normally do after having those types of calls, which is regrettably frequently. And she was very kind to, like, stick around even though the appointment got totally blasted, and, like, help me move stuff like this desk back into place so I could stream today and also keep working on my Halloween stream setup. Which was profoundly inconvenient. You know, like, I like had to, like, call into work to be like, I guess I'm working today so that I can take Monday off. And they were pretty cool about it, actually, which I appreciated, because they don't really like to mess with the days off system, and they like having at least a week notice, and, like, none of that was true. Yeah, so, like, you know, like, after I was just, like, being mad and like, grumbling about all the garbage this lady said to me and how disrespectful she was toward me, even though, like, I genuinely feel like I was in a position where everything I said was completely reasonable, and my tone was only because we were doing nothing to address the problems that they themselves were responsible for. And again, I don't believe that they caused the car accident. She genuinely kept insisting. She just kept saying, like, I didn't cause the car accident, as if that somehow made all the other problems, like, null and void. Like, oh, okay, like, the business isn't your responsibility, office manager. Like, you literally, like, run stuff, so, like, it's your responsibility to make the business run, you understand? It's not my responsibility, and I also am not responsible for the car accident. It's very much like, if you remember the story of the plumbing incident where they caved in my kitchen ceiling, it was like a team of, like, plumber and apprentice, and plumber kept, like, saying on repeat, like, I didn't do this, apprentice did this. I'm like, For one, he's your apprentice, and thus your responsibility. And for two, the ceiling is caved in. That's truly the only thing that matters. It is inconsequential to me whether you feel personally responsible for it. You're not doing anything to fix it, and you're terrible. Plumber was the worst. Like window office lady was awful. But like plumber is the worst one so far. Cause like he was just so he was socially reprehensible. He was very disrespectful to me and my mom. He refused to take accountability for the massive amount of damage that he caused. He just refused to acknowledge that he had done it at all. And he also refused to do anything about it and was just like bemusedly watching my house fall apart and doing not like just genuinely psychopathic behavior. Like I'd rather hang out with H.H. Holmes, who is featured in tonight's video game that we'll probably play some amount of. Probably, I promise. But like, yeah, he was the worst. That guy was real bad. But yeah, I mean, all of that, like, that story actually went even longer than I expected it to. But like, you know what happens when these things happen is I have to tell you the whole story, and I have to explain the emotions. And normally it's some amount to explain to you why I think I might not make for a particularly fun stream, but like I honestly think that got it out of my system. I just needed you to understand that. And really I did want to share that like there was like a revelation that came out of this. It was hard earned and unreasonable, but like I got something out of the miserable experience, which was the knowledge that, you know what? I am not the problem. I don't know why the problem revolves around me as though I am the sun, but I am not the problem. Plumber can drink your unfiltered fart water until the end of time. It's funny, one thing I was recently thinking about, and not because this has anything to do with the Halloween stream work, the thing that will be active for the Halloween stream, but like while I was working on that, I was somehow inspired with like, a funny thing to do would be to create like a random wheel of like esoteric punishments. So like if we get mad at some character in a video game or something, we like engage the punishment, and then, you know, like it spins, and then it's like, this character who sucks has been tasked with like performing HR duties for Abyss in the Somnium Files, a fate worse than death. Or, you know, like drink unfiltered fart water until the end of time is an excellent example. I don't know exactly how to implement it, and I don't know how many punishments need to be populated on the wheel, but I think it's a fun idea. It's not happening soon because I will need some time to recover after the Halloween stream for sure. But hello to everyone who's hey, everyone want to just say hi in chat so I can acknowledge you by name if you want that. I know some people really look forward to streamer doing that, and I was talking for a really long time, and unfortunately all of that was completely true. Hello. You can breathe in hog turd. That's regrettable. Hello, Zacula. Hi, Sarah. Good to see you. Hello, Demolition. Hi again, Letters. Hi, Neko. Hi, Keen. Kat might still be here. I know Cotillion doesn't always necessarily like to be acknowledged, but I see you. And of course, my mom is always here. Hi, Mom. So I guess the short version is I really hope that you did not have to endure that. Unfortunately, I do know that it is the fall of 2025 and that everything is bad and that the news is horrendous. And many of us are dealing with many different struggles on many different scopes and scales. And I wish you the best in dealing with that. And I believe in you because I have gotten this far and this has been just awful, challenging time. I kind of figured you were having a bad week, Sarah, because I believe when you entered chat you said, is anyone else experiencing incredible pain or something to that effect? And I didn't see any elaboration because I was talking for so long, but I feel for you. Anyway, anyone want to play a video game? I'm on week 26 of no break. 26 of no break. I don't think I know what the specific 26 mark is. Let's hop over to... Here's the game. This is the Dark Pictures Anthology, The Devil in Me. I will say, after rendering last Saturday's stream to post to YouTube, I decided to tone down both the sound effect and music settings.
Anyway, beep.
I haven't really tested if they're any good at all, but like they just seem disproportionately loud compared to the voices, which we established quite well last time, were extremely quiet to the point that I did follow the like 80 notes I put in my notepad to set the Elgato back to -4 decibels instead of like -8.4, I think is my usual. I have a note for that somewhere else. But like basically I'm trying to make sure that the dialogue is heard most clearly and that you can still hear the music and sound effects, but that they do not overpower the surprisingly whisper-like dialogue volume for like the entirety of this baffling video game. Oh, one other fun note is that obviously the timing of the window appointment was really inconvenient because I had to like try and stress and rush out uploading the VODs for last weekend's streams to YouTube because I had to like move this desk into the center of this room and move all the furniture away and do all that crap, so I had to be like disconnected from everything and everything. What I found is that after I had uploaded that, I had left my own dialogue, like my own audio track, muted in the video file that I rendered. So I had to spend another like 7 hours rendering the VOD for this game in particular. So I had to run that one back twice in a week where I had no time. Having a lot of fun out here. I'm glad people are enjoying Beep.
Yes,
I'm still not convinced whether it was wise to bestow Beep upon the people, but here we are. I'm sorry. Sarah had said our kids, because she has a t-shirt, are causing her to feel fear for my life and my job for the first time, which is amazing for my organs being like not tense. Yeah, that sounds really, really horrible. You should not have to deal with that. And I know that the education system in America is like super unprepared, is as unprepared as a certain not hypothetical window install company in Florida is to deal with any problem going wrong with an install. Is the same degree of unprepared that the American education system is to support its educators in any way, which is so profoundly disappointing on every possible level. All of these things being said, let's go and interact with the proverbial devil inside me rather than the literal one that yells at women on the phone because they're bad at their jobs. To be clear, didn't yell at them because they're women, but all the people who I've interacted with at the window company, other than the salesmen who I originally interacted with, have been women, and they've all been unprofessional, and they've all been crappy and annoying. I really should do recap before I load up the game. Is there some way I can signal that to myself? Here, future self, look for the bugles. The bugles of recap that eclipse my face. Eclipse. So, what is The Devil Inside Me? Great question. It is an interactive movie game in the vein of Until Dawn and the Dark Pictures Anthology, among others, but those are kind of the main analogs because they're all by the same company. This game in particular is about a documentary TV. I think they're a TV show. I think they talk about episodes and stuff. We really don't get much sense of what their normal job looks like. They talk a little bit about it, but kind of in the abstract, and it's kind of just general production chat. So like, I forget if they've been super specific about what the show normally handles as subject matter, but they're currently working on an episode that is about H.H. Holmes, who was a guy who in the late 19th century became America's first serial killer by killing a bunch of people near the Chicago World's Fair at a hotel he set up by being just a not cool dude. And the game sort of opens on a glimpse of what it would be like to stay at that hotel, and it wasn't great. They did offer not complimentary bath milk, and it wasn't delicious, but it was a reasonable weapon. But we jump ahead and we deal largely just with this documentary crew. They're not getting along super well, which is kind of what you expect from these types of games. You know, there's a lot of internal conflict because when people are fighting, they're not at their most alert, and then Wendigos and such take them out. And so what happens is, like, apropos of nothing, this like rich guy gives the producer a call and he says, "Hey, so I am an H.H. Holmes enthusiast. I heard through the grapevine." He's very not specific about how he knows about us or what we're doing. But he's like, "Yeah, basically I'm aware that like you're investigating H.H. Holmes, and like I have a bunch of artifacts from like verified like things he owned, and like I think he even says that he's like constructed a replica of the hotel, the so-called murder castle." And he's like, "So, you know, like I am like perfectly happy to host you at my island where I've built this castle. I just have a few basic requests to ensure my privacy. Like you'll have to like leave your phones on the boat that will take you out to the island, and like I will have to have final say on any like photographs or videotapes or like any sort of documentation of this place because it is where I live and I am a very private person." And then like some shenanigans happen. Honestly, like a bunch of time gets wasted between then and like where we ended the stream last time. But like basically like we start kind of entertaining the idea of like getting set up to like shoot some footage talking about H.H. Holmes and maybe like looking around the replica house or whatever. And then like it turns out that like this dude and his like mysterious spooky daughter from the upstairs window just like cheese it and get off the island, and like they give us no notice. Someone just like happens to be looking out a window and they're like, "That's weird. The only way off this island just left with like the only people we've seen on it other than like a shadowy figure in a like deadliest catch rain slicker fisherman outfit, who we've only seen like briefly pass outside. We've never met him. We don't really know what he looks like." In a sense of dramatic irony, we've seen that person interact with the back of the head of an old woman, and I keep calling Psycho shenanigans. It feels like we're definitely doing the movie Psycho. Yeah, so like at the end of last stream, we basically got to a point where like they became aware of the fact that they're kind of stranded on the island. We have not reached what I think is a suitable level of concern over this. I think on some level, at least some of these people think the dude's just going to come back. But I think we all know that's not happening, or at least not until they assume we're all dead. But so like then everyone sort of scattered after what was supposed to be dinner. They did like specifically invite us to a dinner and then didn't make dinner. And they just like left a bottle of wine out. So like we all had like one glass of wine and then yelled at each other, and then like half the crew was like, "All right, I guess we'll go set up for like a single shot now." And then like the power went out because it's like an old dilapidated building and we had too many production lights hooked up and nobody did their diligence. And that's like pretty much where we left off. Like I just turned the generator back on. Oh, one other important thing to note, because it is the scene where we should be picking up if the save file worked correctly. Probably should have checked that earlier, but I didn't have a lot of time. The like sound, like the not the boom operator, but the like sound technician. I don't know her precise title. I can vary a little bit. But like she was like following spooky sounds she was hearing in a directional mic, and then ended up like trapped in a spooky closet, and like that was the scene that we sort of ended on after I was like genuinely giving myself a headache getting lost in like a looping hallway that like wasn't supposed to be a puzzle but was, because I won't go into it. It was mostly my fault, but like I genuinely think they structured that area a little weird too. So we should be picking up in a scary closet with Erin, who's like the nice woman. There's like a nice woman and a pretty reasonable guy, and everyone else kind of sucks because it's a horror movie and we should want to see them dead is generally the idea. Let's pick up with the game. Here's the confetti cannon for future Vasco. I will never find these, but if I do, it'll be good. It'll be good. Okay, let's play. I do think it's possible this game takes this whole weekend to finish because of all my talking.
Hey, help!
Aaron,
Somebody
blacked
help
out room.
me. I can't see a thing. Guys?
She has asthma.
Please.
Aaron?
Get me out of here.
Get me out of here. I can't see a thing.
The door is stuck.
Break it.
It's, I do have to say, I know we're like 5 seconds in. They really didn't make any effort to lip sync that cry for help because they knew that the room was dark and they were just like, no one will care. And I'm not sure I would say that I care, but I noticed.
Open.
It's not buzzing.
Here, let me.
Okay, it's been another 5 seconds, but it definitely tells you something about the game's budget that we cut to surveillance footage and it is a still image. It's a weird choice. I get that it's easier. It definitely looks weirder and indicates some things about the game.
Aaron? It's okay. We're right here. You're not hurt, are you?
I need my inhaler. You're being too calm about this.
I need my inhaler.
He's having an asthma attack. What's your room number?
Hurry.
Charlie, where's your room?
Next to mine, down the long hallway from yours.
Aaron, I'm going. Just try to breathe slow and easy. We're here, Aaron. Just try to stay calm.
Okay, guys, I'm getting mad again. The violence is coming out. The rage is building. Why aren't they making any effort to open a door? They clearly know where she is. They know that she's upset. They know she's having an asthma attack. And they're like, just stay in the dark room, sad, distressed, and uncomfortable. Just stay there and remain calm. We're doing nothing to resolve the situation. I didn't realize that this production crew had the same lady from the window install office. Zacula said, I ordered a part for myself. Funny enough, it shows up the same day as the part the technician ordered. Shows up at my door and asked me how much I paid for the part. I paid $20 and he looked shocked and said, I'm returning this. And I asked why. He said, supplier charged him over $200. That's really upsetting. That gives me some concern about the technician, I'll say. Yeah, have you tried bashing that? Like, it's not just that they haven't succeeded at getting her out. It's that we have witnessed no effort on their part to get her out of this room when they clearly know that she's in it. And they're just like, why aren't you calm? Like, just be calm.
Count your breath. 1.
Oh
2,
my God, just
3.
open a door.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, out.
Are we doing the heartbeat thing?
Through this thing.
Guys.
We've tried nothing and we're out of ideas.
I can't.
Go and look for something to knock this door down. Me and Mark will try and force it open.
I don't know why that would be scary.
Who's there?
That's scary. Is he just in the next room? Is that the idea? That's weird. That's a weird way to do this. I'm gonna say we should alert them to the fact someone's here.
Guys, somebody is in here with me. Oh God.
Okay, I'm not 100% on board with the sass that the game is giving me. Like, Erin is in like a pretty bad situation. It's pitch black. She has no means to defend herself. An imposing figure just came through a wall that slid open that she didn't even know was a wall. And like, I tell the people who aren't getting me out of this room that there's imminent danger, and they're like, gee, that sure seems like a panicky thing to do. I think that this game has lost its mind. I don't know how they would expect someone to react in this situation. That's really weird. That's extremely, extremely weird. I'll take it. I mean, I don't feel bad about that one because he could have just done that regardless. Me trying to take the inhaler did not make that situation worse than it already was. Was it hair? Did he cut her hair? Doesn't look like the ear is damaged.
Okay. Easy.
Earring? I think that maybe I missed it. I thought the earring was still there.
And out.
Like, it made a really strong cutting noise that implied something was broken. One dose left. I mean, this is the thing. This is exactly the primary reason I don't like survival horror games. It's not the horror, it's the survival. The idea that you get, like, an unknown limited quantity of something and are expected to, like, judiciously figure out how much you're supposed to use. I hate that stuff. But, like, this seems like a situation where that inhaler is warranted. The first one, I don't know, she said that she needed it, so I was inclined to go with that. But we started with 3 and we're at 1, and I don't know. The way these games go, she might not even live to use the third one. Who knows?
You're okay now. You're safe.
What? Did you see him?
No, the earring is still there.
Come on.
He was... Somebody was right there. In there with me.
Aaron, it's just a dummy.
No, it was not a dummy. He had a hat on, like H.H. Holmes.
Charles, you're working her to death. Now she's hallucinating shit from the show?
Holy crap, guys. Guys? I mean, these aren't cool people. That was clear from the start. This is an awful reaction. This is like, we got stranded on an island that houses a replica of the murder house, a place where people die. At worst, I think it's very reasonable that when she was like, no one's even asked her how she ended up in that room, right? But so, like, they don't know if she was forced in there or what. But, like, it's crazy to me that they're just, like, immediate, like, this is some serious, like, victim blaming gaslighting stuff. Like, this is why people say, like, believe women and believe victims. It's like, don't do this. This sucks.
Did not.
Nothing bad happened, Aaron. You're okay?
Guys, nothing bad happened. Guys, this is the type of story where it turns out there are no bad guys at all. You know that kind of story? Where people are, like, kidnapped and forced to play deadly games that could end their lives? And there's no bad guys in those stories.
Okay, no one is in there. Let's all just calm down, get Erin back to her room for a rest.
I'm not fucking tired.
Let's go.
Come on, Aaron.
Like, that was unhinged. That was a crazy reaction to that situation. Nothing bad happened is a horrendous thing to say.
There you are.
Yeah, true. They didn't even really investigate the room. They went in, they saw a dummy, and they're like, I 100% know what happened. Obviously, she saw the dummy and thought that was the guy. When, like, a dude, like, held a knife to her face and, like, opened a wall up to approach her and intimidate her physically. There's no world in which that's a dummy, gang.
I think Erin's shown signs of serious pluck, wouldn't you say? Now, where's our wayward host, Mr. Dumet? Apparently, he's left the island. How very rude not to stay for dinner.
I agree.
Maybe if he had, things wouldn't have become so uncomfortable.
I know that the narrator guy is, like, kind of supposed to be tilting, but, like, what the heck does that even mean? The whole problem is that he, like, lured us to a bad place and then left. What a weird thing to even posit, to be like, maybe if he didn't leave, it wouldn't be bad. Well, but the reason he left is because he expects them to die, Mr. Bond.
Charlie certainly lost his cool, and if a team can't work together, they are unlikely to succeed. I can only observe, and it can be frustrating to watch.
Oh no, my thoughts about the previous scene accidentally made it into dialogue in this one.
In some ways, I envy you. I only record events. You get to shape them. You'd better get back to things before one of our friends makes a poor choice on their own.
Go ahead and make your own poor choice, and then I'll be critical of you. Kind of interesting that he called out specifically Erin, who was the girl who was just locked in the closet, and Charlie, the British producer guy. Like, none of the things that happened to the others mattered? And, like, what in particular that Erin did had him call her plucky, I wonder?
Let's just all take a deep breath and not lose our minds.
No, Charles. We're done. This has been weird every step of the way, and now it's getting scary.
This is a completely different type of like 5 seconds ago we were like nothing bad happened, and now we're like hold on, now we're all upset because something bad could have happened.
Relax.
I'm serious. Everything about this is off.
Kills me to admit it, but Kate is right. Somebody tried to attack Erin.
We don't.
I'm losing my mind. Did like two separate people write these scenes? They're like completely separate like we were basically a unified front against Erin that she was like making this up. And like now the whole gang is like, she was definitely attacked and it was bad. Like, what? What?
No, that's what actually happened.
I know what I saw.
In the dark.
You think I'm making this up?
Everyone
I'll
relax,
use this knife.
okay? Just give me a second to think.
Excuse you.
Who do you want to die most at this moment? I mean, Charlie, I think most. Followed by... What is her name? It's something with a J. Jamie? The black woman? She's been, like, pretty, like, rude and annoying much of the game. Everyone pretty much sucks. Up until the last scene, I was pretty pro Mark, the black guy. But, I don't know. If he carries on with this whole, like, victim-blaming nonsense, he's tanking. I was fond of him immediately because he's dressed like Junpei from 999, which is a stupid reason to like someone. But he was also one of the most reasonable characters, to a specific point.
At stage left, our oh-so-confident and sure leader.
What was that?
Yeah, Charlie's the one with that guy. This guy who's dancing around, that's Charlie. He sucks.
Charlie is thinking. Which looks a lot like a temper tantrum.
Maybe he's right. If we don't...
Maybe he's right? What is maybe he's right to temper? What does that mean?
Don't crush this episode, we're all screwed.
Are you kidding me?
What? I'm just
I've
saying.
been waiting on you for ages to actually make a decision about something. Anything. And now this is when you suddenly choose to take a stand?
I'll use this
Sorry, maybe I'm crazy, but if Erin says somebody came for her, I believe her.
You literally didn't. You literally did not.
We're not safe here.
It was just a dummy.
You think I'm lying? Really?
I think maybe you're just confused about what you saw in the dark.
I know what I saw.
Mark, I had such high hopes for you. Now you must
Right.
die with the others.
Here's the plan.
We've already got a plan.
Like, honestly, I think I might have forgiven it if it was just that one scene was so horrifically written. Like, it was just like, for some reason, in a vacuum, that one scene was written by a complete psychopath. And, like, afterwards, everyone just decided to ignore that scene happened. But, like,
forever.
But, like, Mark actually doubled down. He's like, hey, I don't believe that you were accosted by someone in a place that's a replica of the murder castle by an eccentric millionaire who lured us here under false pretenses. And we have seen evidence that other groups of like, the exact same number of people have been lured here and never heard from again. I mean, not so much the never heard from again, but, like, an ominous amount of information about various small groups coming here, and then just no updates on what happened to them.
It's leaving.
Just listen. We cannot jump to conclusions. I'm going to go and find Dumet and get
How are you
clear
going
on
to find
everything.
him? He left on a
Everything's gonna be
boat.
fine, okay? And
She came down in a bubble,
we'll
dog.
get the footage we need.
He didn't show for dinner. What makes you think you can find him now?
A positive attitude. You should try it sometime.
Keith says, it seems like people
Charles.
don't actually know
Your
the lore or
delusions
legend
make
of
for
this killer.
such great plan.
See, like, normally I'd be like, that makes sense. I don't know that much about H.H. Holmes. But here's the thing. They're literally a documentary film crew doing a documentary on H.H. Holmes. Like, you gotta put two and two together, boss.
Demet left. I saw it, remember?
Maybe he's back now.
Maybe he's not.
He's
you
back
to
now.
think positively
Mark
just
suddenly
once.
sucks.
I guess as far as Charlie ideas go, it's not the worst he's ever had.
It's not even the worst idea I've had this evening.
Don't go patting yourself on the back. I still think your priorities are fucked.
Look at all this trash.
Whatever.
Excellent
I'm
observation.
I'm coming with you.
Wait,
Ooh, they
do
can
you have to
both
go?
die together.
Be right back. Promise. Just stay put so I know where to find you, okay?
I don't care what he says. I'm done. I'm getting my shit together.
Kate,
I'm leaving, Mark. You coming or not? Aaron saw someone.
okay, you're right. Sorry. It's just Charlie said.
We're not safe here.
Anyone catch that lip sync?
That outweighs having a damn job.
You're right. Let's go, Aaron. Everything's gonna be okay. Wait here.
Can't you just stay here while I pack up my stuff?
Not
I was
sure
like
what
the same
following
thing.
on that will
Time.
achieve.
It was the same
right
thing that
around the
happened with
corner.
Aaron in the
Let's all
closet.
be quick.
When the
We'll
lights
be
were out
right
and they were
back.
just like, it's not gonna be close.
No, don't. Sorry, just still freaked out. Can you leave it open so you guys can hear me?
Of course.
Okay, genius. Where are we going to look first for Demet?
I'm not looking for Dumet. I'm scouting for shots. If he...
This man is so dead. I can't tell you how dead this man is. This man will not survive the game.
he pops up along the way, great.
Jesus. You really don't care about anything else, do you?
Of course I care.
Tell that to Kate.
You know as well as I do, if we're set up and a camera is rolling, she'll want to be in front of it.
Asshole.
I don't think there's really anything for us to do up here, right? You have to do your job, Zachula? That sucks. I know we're both joking a little bit, but like, normally when I'm doing my job, since I have the good fortune to work remotely, I try to like front load my work as much as possible and get like all the stuff I'm trying to get done in the day like done as early as possible, and then just sort of like keep a little busy in the afternoon so it's not so stressful. But like lately there's like this one station in Hawaii who like every day at like half hour before the end of my shift like wants my full attention to deal with this problem that they're like making way bigger than it needs to be. It's very frustrating. Like it's part of my job and I'm happy to do it, or as happy as I am to do any other part of my job. But like it's just like, does it like, do you just like have to like wait until I'm just like trying to like basically like disconnect from work? Like I've already gotten everything that needs to get done. I'm just kind of like keeping busy, but like nah, you need like a whole bunch of attention. You're so needy. Vasco, have you seen the trash series that is The Following? I don't think so. I don't know that I know The Following. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen The Following. I'm not sure I know what The Following is. Zachary says, I'm just now realizing I have no idea what your job is. Transponster? No, sorry. I do like administrative work for iHeartRadio. Obviously, nothing I ever talk about is the opinion of iHeartRadio. They'd probably be horrified to witness my rant about the particular window installer here in Florida or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of me like making sure that people are compliant with paperwork for contracts that they've signed and helping them solve problems when they're having trouble remaining compliant and stuff like that. Then we should thank you for gifted subs. Thank you for 5 gifted subs. You're up to 1220. A good number. Yeah, also there's this ominous number that has increased by 2 since we got here, and I don't know what it means.
What happened here?
Thank you for
No
gifting an
idea.
additional sub to make a palindrome. Ooh, documents. Interior
I
murder
wonder if that groundskeeper would know where the Met went.
I hate when they do this. Interior murder castle lobby day. Slow pan through the lobby, drinking in the atmosphere. Go for. We saw this last time. It was basically like a script that Kate had put together for like an introduction to this episode, and there were some notes on it. And this is not new information. Number can go. I'm not sure what the number means. The only thing I can think of is that like 2 people have left the island, but that's sure a weird thing to count up, isn't it? Oh. A dropped painting. Is this a glimpse of the future? Oh, hello, Cadius. Man, that looked like a Kathy Rain nightmare.
Wait, what?
What about what? Oh.
Jamie, over here.
Aaron hallucinated a bunch of blood on the floor of this room.
Okay, yeah. I'm freaking the fuck out.
It's just blood.
Guys, I have great news. I'm happy to inform you that it's just blood. I do, however, have one underlying concern. Where did the blood come from? It doesn't usually come from nowhere, and quite frequently, blood comes from people who were using it previously. Hey, Sniper Justin.
Squeak, squeak.
You're not on time. You're just in time for squeak squeak and whatever else is happening. Yeah, I'm genuinely impressed at how awful this guy is. I mean, he was like classic like D-bag to start the game, but like, boy, we stopped like just before he started escalating to the moon.
Blood? Are you kidding me?
You're jumping to conclusions. Oh.
Nice. You're jumping to conclusions. How could it possibly be bad for there to be like a not insignificant amount of blood smeared on the floor as though half a corpse was dragged along it?
Sir? All we know is something was dragged along this way and it was bleeding.
And that's not a cause for concern to you?
All right, it's a little odd.
Odd?
What do you want me to say?
It's curious.
It's probably just Dumet or the groundskeeper dragging in some dead animal from outside.
Why would they be doing that? They missed dinner. Why would they be? Why did my lighter go out? I need you to understand, sir, that this is not copacetic.
To tonight's entertainment.
Oh, what the fuck?
Presented by Grantham Dumet.
Dumet? What? So he hasn't left?
Oh man, this guy would be an awful detective. You know what? This guy is so bad as a character. I actually almost want to see a game with him as a detective lead. He's like, someone said the name Grantham Dumet, so clearly he didn't leave the island. Also, this blood could be anything and is most likely completely harmless. Dosh said, the writing of this is slowly approaching the quality of 12 minutes. It's interesting. I'll say this. I forget if I mentioned it last week when we started playing this. I will say that this is, I don't know the specifics of why, but I do know that this is, by a good margin, the worst rated game in the Dark Pictures Anthology series. Most of them are like just above 4.0 on the Sony store. Man of Medan, curiously, is at like 4.23 out of 5 stars. This one is at like 3.83. So like...
Yikes forever.
We have that to look forward to. You're saying you wouldn't trust Charlie with your life? Yeah, nah. I'm not sure what I would trust him with other than making bad assumptions. Yeah, check out what Metacritic says. No spoilers, please. I want the game to ruin itself. I don't want you to ruin it for me. Oh, hang on. I've collected all the level 1 emotes. Well, thank you for ensuring that happened. We've got some really good emotes recently. We got like the clapping cinnamon toast crunch, the big frog. Big frog is very topical in 2025. We stand the frog, right? Hey, chat, we stand the frog, right? I know I do. I will say one thing that I have not... One thing that this game is consistently doing wrong, I think, is that like most of the Dark Pictures games will sort of give you control of the characters at various points, but like always like in kind of like a novel environment while like something interesting is like about to happen, and usually you have like a clear immediate goal. Yeah, sure, hit me with the Metacritic scores, that's fine. Just like don't necessarily like read out like a whole review that like says specific things that aren't good or whatever. But like, so early in the game there was a thing where like you had the option to try and like explore this big long path and gain practically nothing from it. And like that was boring and kind of a waste of time. And like at this point in the game, they kind of keep dumping us in the same like 3 hallways and like nothing happens, and then we don't have a goal. Current objective, look for Dumet. Okay, he's not here. Follow the trail of blood. I mean, we did. It was only like a few feet long, and I say only because that's not a lot of way to follow it, not because I think it's a perfectly normal thing for there to be a trail of blood. But regardless, like, these aren't real objectives because I basically can't do them. Oh, see, this makes more sense. Agnes says Man of Medan is at 69, because I think Man of Medan, previous to this game, is the worst one in the series, is my opinion. And then Little Hope and House of Ashes being about even, I think is right. I think those are pretty debatable. And then Devil in Me is down at Man of Medan. That's curious, because that's not what the users on Sony are doing. This one, nice. Oh yeah, also I forgot that even though only one character in this game is asthmatic, everyone is always constantly breathing as loudly as anyone has ever breathed in their life. Hey, serious question before I get stabbed in the head. How's the sound balance seem? It actually looks great in the mixer. I think the music is like right about where I want it, and the horrible groaning of something unsavory happening in the next room is like audible but not overwhelming. Now, I could help that guy, but I A, am playing as Charlie, and B, could find something super neat.
Lovely. Like
a bloody glove. Why can't I pick it up? Maybe they're going to Bone Town? Well, that might explain why I wasn't given a map, because I wouldn't need one to get to Bone Town. Oh, you came in here when I wasn't looking. There doesn't actually seem to be anything interesting here. Guess I'll just open this door. I gently open the door. Nothing bad has ever happened when someone's done that.
The fuck?
I don't need a map to get to Bone Town.
It's the Gordon's Fisherman.
Please.
I don't need a map to get to Bone Town.
What happened? Are you okay?
What the fuck?
Stop! Look.
What is this?
It's a fucking booby trap.
God, that guy is also breathing harder than any human has ever breathed outside of, like, death throes or an asthma attack. And as far as we know, he's just, like, having a panic attack. Which, to be fair, would be heavy breathing. But, like, good God. Just, like, jeez.
You shift your weight off that plate and this guy is getting run through by that thing.
Help! Please! Help!
Oh no, I'm making him horny!
That is the problem, isn't it? That must be why he sounds like that.
Jamie?
I'll use this knife!
I think we should stay, right? I feel like we should stay here. I don't want anything bad to happen to the fisherman.
I'll use this knife!
I don't feel like cautious is an appropriate character update, to be honest.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Shit, give me your hand.
The power of 3 will set us free. I did as much as I could for the Gordon's Fisherman. Frankly, he's probably a mannequin with a groan box.
What is happening? What did I do?
We need to get the fuck out of here. Now. Charlie.
Huh?
Let's go.
Did you see him?
The mask?
What the hell was that?
You know what I would say in this situation if I was what's her face whose name I don't remember? Nothing bad happened.
Are you shitting
me?
We're trapped.
That's very funny.
Jesus.
Obviously in a horrible way.
We're trapped.
What do we do?
Just the timing of
Break
that.
the fucking door down.
Right. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Really not a quick time action? Yeah, maybe you just imagined it, Charlie.
Yes. What is happening?
Demolition asks, sorry, what? What, you don't think that was the maximum amount of trying to get out? Or are you confused about the fact that there wasn't really a plan, that they just sort of touched the bars and then were like, oh no, it didn't work?
Find your spirit crystal?
She does not strike me as a spirit crystal type.
And don't make fun of me.
Sorry. Wouldn't want you to cut yourself.
Oh boy, this lady. She's been pretty feisty to everyone and quick to snap at and judge everyone around her. And then he's like, did you find your spirit crystal? And she's like, don't make fun of me. Like, oh, of course, you're the one person who is above having any criticism leveled at them.
The rock is sharp as hell and, you know, super magical.
It's an amethyst crystal. It
Helps keep you calm by blanketing you in protective energy. I know. I remember.
If you know, then don't call it a rock.
Maybe I just feel like you should take
It wasn't a
responsibility
rock.
of your own
It was a
emotions
rock
and stop
lobster.
outsourcing the job
Oh,
to a
thank you to
crystal.
know. She sucks.
It makes me feel better. Something you never seem
Bad
to be
trait.
able to do.
Okay, maybe that was a shitty thing to say. I'm sorry.
It's fine. This isn't the time or place to...
I have to tell you something.
Why is H.H. Holmes the most likable person in this game? Video game developers have interesting ideas. I mean, like, granted, genuinely, I think it is most likely correct to position the characters in a game like this so that they can all be disliked. I guess I was very critical. We went through some of the criticisms of the weird, like, personality trait system in last week's stream. But it is worth noting that, like, I think it does objectively make sense to make it possible, but not guaranteed, for all characters in the game to be dislikable. Because some people just want to watch the world burn, and they want all the characters to suck and then to kill them off. So, like, I get that that is an option for everyone. Now, by the same token, I do think it should be possible to like everyone, so that if you do happen to, like, vibe with one of the characters, they can be your, like, chief survivor target. I almost always have one of these. Someone who's like, they're the best one in the cat, so I will try to protect them, and I don't strongly care about what happens to the rest. Psycho says, what's interesting here is that I do remember the characters in Man of Medan, while being a schlocky B-movie silly people, they were generally at least kind of likable, and you might not want them to die horribly. See, that's interesting to me because, like, I remember very little about most of the characters in Man of Medan, and generally didn't like most of them. But that's also, just like, I think that's just consistently true in all of these. And I think part of that might just be the difference in experience of, like, some of the dialogue options you chose early before really getting to know people and knowing how they might react when you, because it's one of those situations where you, like, choose a dialogue option and they might deliver it in a spicier way than you intended or whatever, and you try to say something nice and they actually say something awful or whatever. So, like, something like that could happen, and then we might have a different experience about who is likable and who is not.
Okay.
Earlier, you brought up that DP job I blew off. I never told you the truth about it.
About what?
I'll check that in a minute, Keen. I've been talking
wasn't
a
a
lot.
job,
Let's play
not
this one out.
really.
I'll check.
What are you talking about?
Remember my friend Murray? He was setting up a studio in Brooklyn, Fine Arts. He wanted a
Murray,
partner.
definitely real.
That's your dream.
Yeah. there is exactly zero money to be made, so I thought you'd tell me it was insane, rightfully, because it would be.
She seems like the type who would be provocative.
I mean, did you ever think maybe of chasing the dream first and making it work practically second?
Clearly not. I'm here, aren't I?
I imagine that ambitious will be a really important character trait for this woman who's definitely going to survive to the end of this game. So Keenhead asked, is collections and characters something we can actually check? It is. It keeps track of like the relationship scores between characters and the various premonitions of doom we've found and like the documents that we've uncovered, or maybe just like a specific subset of the documents that are considered secret. I think the bearings might just be like chapter breaks you can skip to. I'm not 100%. That's so funny. Cyber Justin had said, like, jokingly, how can you not remember Connor? He's the best. And then after a minute it was like, oh, his name is Conrad. And I feel like that makes the point so perfectly. It's just amazing.
Things are already starting to get tough for us.
Oh, no. Don't put any of this on me. This is
so
all
annoying.
you.
I know. I turned it down because it would have taken me away from you.
Nah, she's gonna say the mean thing.
That was a really stupid choice, Mark.
Conrad, who? Exactly.
I
Wooby Ken.
What do you want me?
Segula says, they're just never gonna hit what they hit with Until Dawn ever again. I mean, I was talking a lot about this last week. I don't know if you missed that part of the stream or weren't here for it, but like, it's so interesting to me that like Until Dawn is not perfect, but like it's definitely to this day the best example of this genre in my opinion. And it is crazy because it is like one of the absolute earliest, and it's the first one that was done by this studio. So it's crazy to me that like I get that the second game might not be perfect either, but I would think that there were a lot of lessons to be learned from the first one and then just applied to, you know, the anthology, and like they would all have strengths and weaknesses, but like, you know, we'd be doing some good work. And I have enjoyed playing through these. I'm not sure I think that any of them is even particularly close to Until Dawn, and I do think there's just something interesting about that. Oh yeah, no, there's supposed to be a couple. They only had like one or two scenes together, I think, last week. But if you missed it, they are supposed to be a couple. They pretty much do seem to not get along and hate each other. Granted, I'm just kind of leaning into the fact that she seems like uncool to converse with, and I'm usually just picking the worst dialogue option available from her. But like, even when I was like not doing that quite as actively, like she still seemed really hostile towards him and was very critical of him. And it's like, I don't know why he would make any decision to try and stay with her. I have not yet watched the Game Grumps playthrough Until Dawn. I kind of want to just watch it all at once, but I'm super excited that they're doing that. Also, hi, Funny Godmother. Everyone, wave to my sister in chat. Show her your favorite emotes. Do it.
Say.
Guess I was holding out for things to change with us. Deep down, I'm still hoping.
You know what? Rather than be outright mean, I think she gives him a glimmer of hope to string him along, because I know people like this.
I'm not going
Gengar
through it
broke
all
my
again.
game. How very Pokemon of him.
Oh, come on.
So that was the context for for the message on Blue Sky, huh? I'm sorry that Gengar broke your game, but that does sound on brand.
That's not likely, and you know it.
Sorry. I guess I'm a little confused.
We better go. Let's get back to Aaron and get the fuck out of here.
My own loose papers aren't an important
Charles
document.
seems hell-bent on talking to him, so maybe, yeah.
Okay, just to be clear, we are not in a dangerous situation. We are not physically exerting ourselves. We were just having a conversation with our ex-boyfriend, and it was relatively mild. Listen to this woman breathe. There is something in the air tonight, and it is making these characters experience the symptoms of COPD, as I think Zacula said earlier. So just me, or does he kind of sounds like he has something in his mouth? Honestly, that strikes me more as where she's at, Alcadius. But like, there's some choices happening. She's got fire facial expressions. That's fair to say. But like, also her attitude is about as accommodating as being adjacent to a live
Who's
fire.
going around locking these doors?
Dumet. His little helper in the yellow coat.
Nah, he got hit with a scythe. It definitely feels like we're doing, and I said this last time, but it just feels like we're doing the like Silent Hill thing where it's like this door is like jammed on the other side. It's a door, but like it doesn't go anywhere. So this is making me a little crazy. Obviously, I am not an expert on H.H. Holmes. Maybe they went to the trouble of designing this murder castle as like a fairly accurate replica of the murder castle, much like 999 made a reasonable facsimile of the Titanic in the video game. That being said, it is an incredibly annoying environment for a video game to be in a fairly cramped building with doors that you can never go in, and you just keep wandering the same like 4 halls, and then like just one random door is open this time and it's got like a blood puddle in it, and then you just cut to a different group and the same thing happens.
Wait.
The campus strangler strikes again.
Is this somebody's idea of a fucking joke? How is
That
this
is-
here?
Did you bring this?
That is true, Deco. This door is just painted on the wall would be an excellent fake door message. I'm surprised I've never seen that in a game.
No.
Is that
Is
her?
she the strangler?
Yeah. Shelby.
Scott
Something
Shelby?
else?
God, don't. We always got them done the same. That's him.
What?
That's him. The guy in the back.
You know him?
I kinda did. He was just one of those guys that was always around. We would be at some of the same parties, but that's it. It was my fault.
You know that's not true.
The night it happened, I was supposed to meet her. We were going to grab some drinks, go to a party.
It's weird that they were so close without ever
slept
meeting,
through.
JK.
It was a big deal on campus not to go out on your own. And Shelby waited for me when I didn't show, and that's when he got her.
It's okay.
It's not fucking okay. It can't be. I have to live
Nothing
with it
bad
every day, and
happened,
now
guys.
someone knows.
Nothing bad
Someone
happened.
wanted me to find this. What the hell is that?
I have no idea. But I feel like it's bad.
What the hell?
Get over here, now!
Charlie!
Shut up, Scorpion. I don't think we should fight the wall, gang. What happens if I don't? That's the good stuff.
Charlie!
There's a trophy for that. Now, I would feel bad about this, but A, that guy sucks, and B, I don't know what the heck he was playing at. That was a terrible idea.
What the hell just happened?
I don't know, but I think it's really bad.
Yeah, that feels like an accurate assessment.
Let me see. Charlie, let me see your hand.
Don't touch it.
Let me help.
Nothing bad happened.
Go easy, please.
Your hand is fucked.
Well done, you think?
You need a hospital.
Add it to the list of reasons we need to get out of here. We've got to figure out a way to round everyone up.
No shit.
Confetti cannons for that, I think, is appropriate. Hang on. Turn on my own light source. It is better than his stupid lighter. I wonder how drastically that changes the course of the game. If they would, like, reunite there and, like, regroup differently or some weird thing.
What's going on? Demet, what the hell is going on with him?
He was nervous the whole way here. I chalked it up to him just being eccentric.
There's a lot of miles between eccentric and murderous.
How many miles?
Let's think
500
about
miles?
this. You saw Dumet take off.
So maybe he found out there was a killer and bugged out?
Maybe.
Oh my god.
Or perhaps the man we met wasn't actually Dumet.
And the dude in the mask is?
What difference would that... Like... That's such a weird line of reasoning to me. Is that like, oh, okay, maybe the guy who let us down wasn't Dumet, and everything's fine because instead he's just a serial killer. Like, all the pieces are the same. A rose by any other name smells just as stupid. Like, just to be like, the guy who brought us here isn't Dumet. Instead, it's the serial killer. As opposed to Dumet being the guy who brought us here and us not knowing the name of the serial killer. Like, now I feel a lot better. Like, who cares? What difference does it make?
That contraption, that's a hell of a lot to set up. That was planned out, every bit of it. It was set up for us to find.
Which makes it even more likely the dude on the ferry wasn't really Demet.
What difference? What difference would it make? Legitimately, the two of us should stay quite close together because we have demonstrated, like, bulkhead doors that close themselves. Yeah, I co-sign that, Zacula. So, like, currently I'm on save Aaron and not really care about anyone else. I was genuinely pro-Mark until the start of this chapter. And then he said, like, two grotesquely upsetting things pretty much back to back. And now he's going to have to work real hard if he wants on that lifeboat.
Motherfucker.
What?
Brick wall. Keep going.
Just like Holmes.
I know, I don't want to think about it.
I feel like this is like a metaphor for the experience of playing this game. The only likable character was the bath milk. I'm glad we had the bath milk together, chat. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. My sister says, decided to get a new place 2 months early because of a premonition that the new construction that I knew they were repairing broke and pushed sewage. Hang on. Which I knew was going to get extended somehow. An hour after I signed the lease, the sewer pipe they were repairing broke and pushed sewage into the next building in your complex. That's not good. That they should not be here's a hot take. They've been doing like construction like nonstop around the building where my sister has lived for like, I don't remember exactly when she moved in. Certainly the better part of a year. And it's all bad news. And they had to like dig up an entire sidewalk and then redo that entire project because they screwed up digging up the sidewalk. It's been a disaster. They kind of just need to stop. They need to quit while they're like super way far behind. Had to immortalize this new idiom. I appreciate the clip letters. Rose by any other name does smell just as stupid. I promise, it's true. Now, I do imagine, I don't know, again, if it's like a faithful reproduction of the Murder Castle, but like I imagine it had a bunch of like weird dead ends and stuff to trap people in. Again, I'm not super knowledgeable, but it seems like it makes sense. However, I will again point out that it's like just kind of like an annoying experience to like
trying to map this in my head. But I think Erin's room has been completely cut off.
Jesus, Charlie. Why is he messing with her?
Because she's the most easily frightened. The most vulnerable. Don't you watch our show? That's what these sociopaths do.
I don't feel like that's necessarily true, is it? Is there a run button that I've forgotten about? Yes, it was this one. Now again, like this game has some collectible things, but it's all just like dead ends in the same hallway.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of the disembodied girl's voice saying, "Where's my daddy?" Don't like it.
Oh, good. You hear creepy kid voice too. I was worried I was finally snapping.
Where's it coming from?
Yeah, I hate that a good big amount. I don't know exactly what that button means. The like square with like 1,000 arrows next to it. I guess it just means like point of no return. How many ovals do you think this oval is worth? 2. The answer is 2. The game made it sound like I could buy something interesting with them, but I haven't figured out how to do that.
Charlie, come here. Let's get this open.
I'm not sure what good this will be.
Just use your shoulder and lean your weight into it.
You can do it. Put your back into it.
No, push it. Beep.
It's very good. Look, I just need you to understand whatever's in there is not good. Just know that. Just know it's not good. Why is he using the bad hand to lighter? Excellent question. He is a robot. Definitely accurate. Always live with your back in jerky, twisting motions. That's what I was taught. Why are you saying that with like a joking emoji?
We're in a bloody nesting doll.
What?
A Russian
Seriously, don't let the door close, I swear. Oh.
nesting doll. You know? A doll in a doll in a doll.
Are you losing your shit? Because I don't need that right now.
We're locked in a kitchen, trapped in a hotel, stranded on an island. Even if we get out of this room...
How do we get out of the hotel?
Exactly.
Well, hey, I didn't cause the car accident is all I'm saying, right? So like nothing bad happened. I think I've finally cracked the code of how these insane people work.
Or off the island.
Maybe we just focus on one thing at a time. This room first.
You're right, of course.
You ever heard of Ice 9? Sorry, I don't know what made me think of that. That's pretty corpsey. Oh, I can actually like just look at the tag at the bottom. Is that, can I do that?
Natalie Morello. Oh, are you... Oh, fuck.
You're about to get locked in the freezer. Yeah, you're more or less picking up what I'm putting down. We're in a
body.
You think?
We're in like a walk-in fridge right now.
Visited this hotel.
You don't know that. Maybe... Fuck. You're probably right.
And while we're at it, incinerate means to burn.
Charlie, I found a way out maybe.
That might be relevant for later.
Look, this one swings out. We can probably force it easier than the others.
Stand back.
All we need is like some dry ice and a bottled
That's
water and
not
something
what I
else
was
I don't
expecting.
remember off the top of my head.
Ah, Amy!
Ah, my hand in my body!
Charlie? Fuck.
I know somebody was in there.
Hey, Aaron, I'm really gonna need you not to go wandering off on your own. I know that you don't know that everyone is in danger, but you do know that the danger is real and that you are alone, and I need you not to try and get yourself killed, okay?
I can't breathe. was somebody in there.
It just says, hello, welcome to my crime filing system. Well, you have to keep all of your trophies in order, don't you? Like it says, Vasco, I hope one day you get to explain Ice 9 to someone while you're in an actual
They gotta
freezer.
hear this.
God, that'd be so funny.
Wait,
It'd be so funny to, like, ever find yourself in a situation where you could have, like, an Uchikoshi-style aside where you explain some, like, nonsensical, like, occult thing that, like, maybe fringe science believes, but, like, probably isn't real at all. And then just, like, have them believe that you, like, made it up or whatever. There's a literal kill counter on display in the front hall. Now, we don't know it's a kill counter because it started at 178, and as far as we know, no one has died since then. But it's at 180 now.
guys? Hello? Hey! Charlie? Mark? Jamie?
What? Half the time, like, the camera moves to a new place, it looks like the Upside Down with all the, like, weird spores flying around. Give them credit for the hair. No, it's true. The
Stop being such
video
a
game
dumb
hair
word.
is insanely difficult to do, and it does look very realistic in this game. That is one thing I think they've done pretty consistently well in the Dark Pictures games. Okay, serious question. I think this is a great time not to use the inhaler because we are in relatively little danger, and if it's at all possible not to use it, this will be a good test of it. But, like, also, for real, as someone who's, like, had that style of inhaler before, like, if she was gonna be on a dusty old island in a replica of a murder house, she probably should have refilled her prescription to have more than 3 doses. Do you have any idea how long it takes to get down to, like, 3 doses on one of those? Like, eternity.
Treatment for what?
Snake oil ointment made from the finest king cobra. Silver Ash Institute. What did you call me? Inspect the door. Upside down. It's not good in here. It won't surprise you to know that it isn't good in here. I have to say, get back to the others seems like a real bad goal. I don't know. Like, I understand not wanting to be alone in this situation, but if that's the case, then maybe we should have gone with them instead of splitting up earlier. Now that, like, we were locked in our room and the only way out was like a secret passage into like some sort of like sanitarium room with like doom mannequins, like maybe just sit and wait it out or something. I don't know. Just seems like this is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, get a new dentist for real. I don't want to know what the bucket is for. Be really funny if that was an inhaler. Is it a smartphone? You probably shouldn't try to take that. I think you die if you touch that. Getting a lot of notifications. So, just for context, for anyone who didn't see last week, when we were brought to this island, the guy Wilmot Dumont or whatever, like, took everyone's phones because he claimed that he was a private millionaire who didn't want his home photographed.
Well, fuck you, Jamie.
The heck? I don't know who Laurel is. Who's the cutie in the pic you posted? Totally your type. You're so predictable. Who? Aaron? Please. My type is bad AB. Not timid woodland creature. She's shy. She's clueless. Her face always looked lost and confused. Everything about this is weird. So the killer took Jamie's phone, somehow put it in a position where it's not charging but active and like constantly making noise, and then like queued it up to like this extremely random and particular conversation that paints Jamie in a bad light, which just means is accurate to her personality. Yes, I got interrupted by advancing the game, but like claimed to be super private, but also like invited us here so that we could film for a documentary, which is inherently confusing. But he was basically like, oh, well, like I'll have to sign off on everything and you can't just have your phones because I can't trust you or whatever. Does this one work? The last tape recorder didn't work at all.
Mr. Dumet, I want my team dead. I'll get them to you this weekend. Just do it.
Jesus. Charlie.
I mean, come on. As bad as Charlie is, that obviously didn't happen. Because he wouldn't put himself in danger, all other things being equal. I would rather not examine those at all if I can avoid it. That seems like that's how you get some disease that shouldn't exist anymore. Oh, hang on. Banish the demon drink with Dr. Holmes' miracle cure. For too long, a predilection for alcohol has been stigmatized purely in terms of weakness of character and absence of moral fiber. Yet, startling breakthroughs by renowned physicians have demonstrated that alcoholism is an ailment, same as syphilis and cholera, and can only be successfully treated as such. Someone remind me to title this same as syphilis and cholera. It's not like I'm making any money off the YouTube videos. Would you like to hear more breathing? No, but the game will surely oblige. It really likes the sound of breathing. Though alcohol aversion remedies are becoming available, the greed of their manufacturers has put the majority beyond the purse of the common man, particularly when the common man has already been driven to the brink of ruin by his unfortunate affliction. Such dire public need has now been answered by the esteemed Chicago practitioner Dr. Henry Holmes, who at his personal expense has established the Silver Ash Institute, bringing affordable therapies to the drunken masses. I don't feel comfortable calling them the drunken masses. Same as it ever was. Agreed. Already the good doctor is achieving remarkable results with those who pass through the doors of his clinic. They don't get treatment, they just pass through and they're cured. It's like that thing in Dogma where the doorway is open and it absolves you of sins. Really weird plot point. At the Silver Ash Institute, there is no recourse to prayer, see illegible plea with the Almighty. The only law is submission to Dr. Holmes and his miracle cure, a patented yet highly affordable compound of secret ingredients, including the purest silver drawn from the mines of North Dakota. When ingested thrice daily for a program of 4 weeks, you will surely die. The cure is said to exorcise the patient of his prior iniquitous appetites. Indeed, following 1 month's treatment at the Silver Ash Institute under the strict instructions of Dr. Holmes, there will be little of your bad old self remaining by the time you depart. Hugs and kisses, Silver Ash Institute. Yeah, the Jubilee doorways. Yeah. It is a real thing, right?
Jamie.
Yeah. I've still, like,
Jamie?
other than the fact that, like, at some point I heard it was a real thing, the only context I've ever heard of it in is the movie Dogma. Secret ingredient 1, bath milk. We can only hope. Then there might be some truth to the claims.
You there?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
What is happening? What?
You're not safe, Aaron.
How are...
You have to listen to me. Do exactly as I say.
I saw your texts.
No, you listen. I saw those texts.
What?
You and your friend, you made fun of me. You said I was...
Aaron, stop! Fuck some old text. This is serious. Just listen, okay? Before something awful happens. Listen, there's a cupboard in there. You have to get inside right now.
This is... I'm very skeptical of this. We haven't established any reason why Jamie would be able to see into this room or know like a safe way to avoid whatever uncertain danger is lurking outside this room. Also, we've heard like a fairly clearly doctored tape from Charlie saying that he wants everyone killed. And also the text, which as Demolition had pointed out immediately, feel like something that you should probably question, given the very suspicious nature of how it was set up to begin with.
What are you talking about?
Just hide, Aaron.
Why are you telling me this? What's happening?
Aaron, now. Just trust me, okay?
I feel like we might have to do the stupid breathing thing. As much as I don't want to trust Jamie at all, it just seemed very clear that the killer was right there. Is the voice coming out of the damaged dental patient? Yep, there's a speaker in there. Why? Don't ask me, I don't know. Not sure what that was. Phantom of the Opera. Phantom of the Murder Castle, at least.
Charlie?
Jamie? Hello?
So I'm actually a little curious. So, obviously without doing it, I wouldn't have any way of knowing if I, like, ran for the door, if he would, like, immediately stab and or kidnap me, which seems somewhat likely. I'm still very skeptical of Jamie and her source of information, but like is the idea that if I hadn't turned off my flashlight when he turned off the light he would have caught me or something? There was something weird about the way that lingered and ended.
Oh,
Where the hell are they?
Hopefully somewhere safe, wondering where the hell we are.
Okay, check this out.
What is going on? Are we locked in here?
No, even
Looks
Mark
like it, yeah.
couldn't randomly bend the bars.
What?
You hear that?
Is that them?
Where's it coming from?
Somebody's in the restaurant.
No, an obvious recording is in the restaurant.
I'd like to toast all of you. Really. I know that I'm the butt of your
That's
jokes,
upsetting.
and that's just my cross to bear as the patriarch of our little family. Mark and Jamie, the two of you do the work of a team of 10. And Kate, despite our bickering, you are the heart.
Okay, these mannequins are a little racist because the black ones don't have any hair at all, and I don't know why, but that bothers me.
Of this show. You keep people.
More amazed that the killer had clothes on hand. Well, Demolition, it was at least very directly implied that the hat was stolen from Charlie's room. They like established that he brought an extra hat and he prominently displayed it, and then in a scene of dramatic irony that the characters didn't witness, we saw him put the hat on a mannequin's head. So like I think it's strongly implied that like these were taken for the purpose of being a real big creepazoid.
Interested.
What the fuck is this?
True, they also handled the luggage and there was a weird delay. But the hat thing happened like after that fact.
Mark,
but like some
what
of
are
it
you
could have
doing?
been taken then for
Just
sure.
stay back from it.
I mean, what has Charlie gotten us into is a very
This is
reasonable
beyond
question.
messed up. I don't know what Charlie's gotten us into, but if I see Dumet, I'm gonna fuck him up.
That seems reasonable.
Has anyone seen Mr. Dumet?
Okay, this is fucked up. What the hell is going on?
Come play with us, Danny. And I'm definitely expecting them to just like turn and say something creepy. Weird that you just let me keep doing this, but I mean...
Jesus. It looks just like him. No way somebody just threw these together in the last couple hours.
You hear that?
Footsteps.
Not a flattering version of the
I'm getting
redhead, but at least
closer.
it has her hair.
But why would he invite us here and to dinner and then just leave?
Oh, not where I was expecting this, like... I was expecting this to happen in, like, multiple parts of the gameplay today, and this was not one of them. I'm not even under the impression that someone is, like, in the next room. It's just more recording. I mean, now it sounds like someone's approaching. It's probably Jamie. Oh, I'm so good.
Jamie! Thank God! I'm so glad to see you guys.
Guess
We
I
have to
probably
get the
should have
hell
hit
out
her.
of here.
Not empathetic.
What happened when the wall closed?
Demet killed his groundskeeper.
What?
Right in front of us.
Dumet?
It's a...
Well, hang on. It might not have been Dumet, right? Because maybe Dumet's the guy who left, because that matters super much.
setup. He was wearing a mask, and I know how that sounds, but I'm not joking, and now he's after Aaron, so we need to move.
Wait, hang on. Where's Charlie?
I don't know. We got separated.
No way this is happening.
You know, so when our bodies wash up on the other side
Are you
of the lake,
fucking
there's
kidding me?
plausible deniability. Bodies dead.
Jesus,
Dead.
shut it up!
Bodies dead. Dead.
Bodies dead.
Dead. Dead. Dead.
What was that?
Sanity check.
It's fake. A prop, or from an animal or something.
Come on, guys. Come on, gang. We've been at the murder castle for a while now.
It has to be.
No way.
What do you want to touch? What do you want to touch it for?
Oh, it's real. It's fucking real. I told
What
you.
what was gonna happen from you picking it up, lady? What's wrong with you? What did you think that was gonna do? Why did you want that? Like, what was the best possible outcome of picking up the eye, even if you thought it was fake?
This was all too much.
Let's get out of here. Oh, it's locked. What's going on?
The door I came through is locked too.
You mad? You wanna play around?
Get out here, right now. Let's fucking play.
Let's plays haven't been in vogue for a while, in fairness. Charlie Basement never met her. Can I get him to step on his own other hand? Got him. King says, I still hold out hope that someday we'll finish Skylantis. Keep dreaming big.
I've got to get out of here.
Want to watch a Let's Effing Play? I bet if you search on YouTube, a Let's Effing Play exists. Hang on, let me examine wall.
Jamie!
Maybe there's like a
Hello?
one-up over there.
Jamie!
Jamie, did you do this to me? To Demolition's earlier point, if I've clicked on the box that has a single item in it and nothing else, what's the R2 button doing?
Oh, shit.
Oh, heck yeah. Keep hurting him. That's a really weird thing to set up. Is the floor lava? Cage key. Oh, this must belong to Nicholas. That's right, I forgot he has, like, the superpower of having a business card that, like, unlocks doors. Not sure it's gonna work on this, like, dungeon cell door, though. Be really funny if it did. Not sure what the point of any of that was. So I lost my lighter, huh? Photographs? Let me take a look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Chicago killer : victim 1. Cause of death: abdominal injuries. Victim's ear was removed by severely sharp object, possibly scalpel. I'm not sure severely is an extremely helpful descriptor there.
John Doe number 2.
No, I forgot we were doing this in this game.
Report on the first one. Similar
Yeah, right. Severely is a weird
male with multiple
word
stab
choice.
wounds. Looking at the lower abdomen, the wounds are consistent with those of the first victim. The shape of the entry wound suggests it's a strong probability that this is the same murder weapon. Looks like we've got a souvenir hunter here. This time the left ear has been severed. Clean incision. Probably a scalpel or a razor blade. Very tidy. Nice job, actually.
Very
Very
tidy.
little bleeding. The deceased had probably been dead for 30 to 40 minutes when this was done. This differs from the earlier MO. If you remember, that John Doe was still alive when the teeth were removed. That would have created a lot of noise and mess. This guy is learning.
Would we say that this guy is learned? Like, she said that was such like a bizarre admiration for one, and for two, are we really impressed that he learned that like removing body parts from people who are still alive is like loud and messy? Is like that's an accomplishment? Like we need that to be explained or like learned through failure? Like we couldn't just like determine that? I'm not sure what the deal with these like weird cutscene things are. Again, they didn't exist in any of the previous games in the series, so like don't have a lot of like context. Human ingenuity, Vasco. I mean, it's certainly an indicator, right? Look at his hand. Look at his hand. How is it turning at that angle? I'm much more impressed at the angle that this guy's wrist has articulated his hand than I am about that guy figuring out that, like, you should kill someone before removing body parts if you're intent on doing that. In fact, like, this leads me to think that something happened to this guy when he was unconscious and some part of his wrist bone got removed. General KD Contractors. Double jointed special ability unlocked. Oh, I forgot the skill tree that should definitely exist in this game. Hang on, I didn't mean to turn that. Just trying to do the scroll on the... Okay, we're just... Got it. I'm pressing the wrong direction, it turns out. AI hand, yeah. Okay, date, time, and current signature. January 17th, 2017. Most of the crew have arrived at the island, moved all the equipment up to the hotel, met with proprietor Belknap. Next day, on-site assessment has begun. Excavation has begun in hotel basement. January 21st, which is 3 days later, illegible. Then on February 2nd, which is quite a bit later, work on the first and second floors going as expected. Some equipment has gone missing. Filed a report and requested replacements via Mr. Belknap per our contract. Then 3 days later, James Kelly has left the project, left a note citing an emergency, didn't contact me. Written report to follow. 2 days later, first set of moving walls have been implemented. Acquired a copy of the blueprints from Mr. Belknap. 3 days after that, on February 10th, started work on basement ceiling supports. Tomorrow, illegible. February 13th, illegible. Valentine's Day, illegible. February 18th, Bobby has left me high and dry. Second loyal guy to leave me on this project. Bar renovation began. So John Taffer got involved. Then several illegible dates leading up to March the 1st. Basement plumbing has been completed. Second floor renovations to be completed next week. March the 3rd. Bar renovation completed. March the 4th. Project efficiency is good. If this continues, we'll meet the agreed date. March 17th. Illegible reconstructed. All moving walls completed. It's not illegible. I mean, if you look at the actual book, there's just nothing written there like at all. You see a little funny? You mean a little... Just fingers floating over the book? That's good. Find it easier to read books with less blood. I think it does help. But, you know, like, I think this is that perfectly innocent kind of blood that there's, like, no reason to assume that anything bad happened. Because it just stained the entire book or whatever. Then... March 20th, signal receivers installed. More reports of missing equipment. Third replacement request this month. March 25th, project completed at agreed date. Proprietor is requesting additional work on the spa area beneath the hotel. Beneath the basement spa? A sub-basement spa? Only a small skeleton crew are still on the island, so we will conduct initial cost assessments whilst waiting to hear back from Kelly. Now, considering the nature of this game, is the skeleton crew a handful of skeletons that were caused by the murder castle killing them, and they just work in construction because they have nothing better to do in the afterlife? March 26th, received correspondence from Kelly. Skeleton crew remaining Laura, Monica, Ryan, Frank, and I will move forward with work on the spa until the new crew returns. Isn't that the Mambo number 5? I got Laura, Monica, Ryan, and Frank. I think so. I think that's Mambo number 5. March 27th. Ryan has left me a note saying his mom isn't well. I'm sure she died years ago. We'll see if Mr. Belknap will allow me to contact him. Why does he know about Ryan's mom like that? March 29th, 2017. Laura finished installing the tannoy system with Mr. Belknap. I think I should know what a tannoy is, but I don't. He said he wasn't feeling well afterwards, so he offered her one of the rooms to sleep it off. Haven't received any correspondence from Kelly about where the rest of the crew are. And then March 30th, what is going on? Laura hasn't come out of her room and Monica has just left. I can't contact Kelly. Tomorrow I will return to the mainland with Frank and Laura. This job is ridiculous. No, I think that was the wrong direction I pressed. This job is ridiculous. Amen to that.
What? What the hell was that?
Footsteps also kind of sounded like a hidden assassin blade from Assassin's Creed. Loudly do I wonder what that was. Maybe I can find an inhaler. Since everyone in this game needs one. I'm just gonna go out and say it. I don't really want to be here. It kind of sucks. Specula says, I hate that this guy is still breathing. and that said breathing is so loud. Those are two separate grievances. Don't you have the cage key? I think the cage key got me out of the room I woke up in. Also, if you have the eligible key for a door, it comes up on your, like, plus menu. They just wanted me to flip a switch that would make ominous music play at the same time that I gained access to a room where I could get murdered or whatever. This is interesting. The lights changed color in there. Did you break my power? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I checked the box in the game settings that says connect to real-life power grid of closest female sibling. I don't love that this door is sealed with a Ken. I mean, there are worse things to happen in the world, but there is something very upsetting about this door being sealed with a Ken doll.
You fell down the trap too, eh? Well, if I get out, I'll send someone back for you.
Is Charlie okay? I was pretty happy with that one. I feel like sealed with a Ken is something we should keep an eye out for. Devotion says, oh, that menu option was grayed out for me in settings. It is a little particular, I'll give you that. I mean, you know, like, not every accessibility setting necessarily makes sense to the average viewer, but it's still good for them to be out there. Charlie hasn't been okay since the finger-biting incident. You know what? That's entirely valid. I think if I had been through that at such a young age, that would have messed me up too. What am I looking at here exactly? It's like a finger-cutting drawer? It's a really weird thing to set up. I mean, it's weird. I think it's meant to build a sense of tension, but the fact that I'm just going in a linear fashion, flipping all the switches, makes this seem a little silly. Flip the switch and the heating wall panel on my wall lit up for no reason. The wall panel that exploded in February. Can't get out of this place fast enough. That is, I think, a pretty powerful understatement. I mean, you know that I hated my North Hollywood apartment pretty good. But at the same time, I think it was generally a good bit more livable on average than this place has proven for you. Guess I'll squeeze through here. Squeeze right by you. Hit the shimmy. Oh yeah, I lived over a decade in that apartment. It was not good. Now I'm just tormented by contractors. You missed the whole window installation rant. It was like 50 minutes. This like 2 to 3 stream game will almost definitely take 3 streams now. And you only live there half the time. That's a fair point. And yet in no way does it diminish the fact that you should get out of there right away. What button prompt am I missing? Surely I must like push this box out of the way. We're supposed to send the best crew. Well, it turns out in the end that they didn't send any crew. And then they were surprised that I was upset that they just completely blew me off and offered no compensation. None crew left Windows. Indeed. Can I access my business? Oh, I can. I just have to do it, like, before trying. Being a little finicky. That oboe was definitely rendered exactly the way it was intended. No notes. How many oboes is this oboe worth? 2. The answer is 2. This is such a stupid power. I mean, it is. Like, I do respect that we're trying to, like, branch out what it means to, like, have different characters in these interactive movie games. Like, there is a cool idea with the equipment system. I don't think we really figured out what we wanted to do with it. But, like, the business card thing really only opens, like, basic drawers, and it's like, I mean, mechanically, you could just have those doors not be locked. It's really not contributing much to the game, right? It breathes so loud. It's not just me, right? It's crazy how loud everyone's game breathes. Oh, that's... I mean, incinerate means to burn, and the switch with a bunch of fire emojis on it seems dangerous. Hello? Is everything fine? Video game, I think I'm going to have to disagree with you about those priorities. Current objective, 2 are listed. Find a way out of the basement. I'm on board for that one. Investigate the screaming. I mean, that's not necessarily my bag, baby. The window installer was in a car accident, but it was like on the way to pick up the windows. Which is a saving grace of a certainly bad situation. Like, it could have been even worse if they got in the car accident with the windows. And then I have to assume that the way the company treated me, they would still not offer me a discount and just put off the work for another, like, 4 months. It is exactly correct. It's really important to know that the office manager did not cause the car accident. It was very important to her that I understand that, even though it changed nothing about the situation and nothing about the fact that they did nothing to make the situation right and were super rude to me, like, way before I became unreasonable with them on the phone because of their unreasonable treatment of me. Yeah, no, like, the bar is insanely low. It is a tripping hazard. But, like, indeed... it could technically have been worse, but man, my contractor luck has been horrendous. So we burned Ken to death, huh? That was the only way to unlock that door, was to burn the Ken doll into oblivion. Did I ask if she caused the car accident? No. But like, her interpretation of facts is that I couldn't get mad at her for the fact that they were like blowing me off after all the work I had to do to set up for the appointment, including like taking the day off of work. And like now my house is all like tarped up furniture that I don't want to like move because I'll have to move it again in like 2 days. But like her takeaway was like, well, like, I mean, one thing that she kept saying that I don't know if I really mentioned was like, what do you want me to do about it? And the answer is something. I would like you to do something about it, as you are the company that I've contracted to do this work, and you have done nothing. You have done technically less than nothing, because you haven't even really acknowledged that you have a responsibility as the business to like do something about it. So like, I would like you to do something. But like, as part of that, she kept being like, what do you want me to do? I didn't cause the car accident. And it's like, same lady, I did not cause the car accident. But also, I didn't like tell you to ruin your house and then like blow off the appointment that I scheduled for you. Yeah, she said, what do you want me to do about it, like 30 times. She kept talking about how the bones were their money. Offer a Saturday and so, yeah, I know, like, honestly, like, I didn't bring it up, but like, you know, that like at one point I was like listing all the things, including like taking the day off work, and she's like, well, like, you know, we don't make people take appointments. And it's like, lady, like, you're not gonna do like a Sunday install, so like, it's not like I can not take the day off work to like have you deconstruct an important component of my house all the way around the perimeter. Like, that's always going to be true. But how about you acknowledge the fact that you've like screwed up my ability to work normally and are doing nothing about it? She was awful, but she was not as bad as the plumber, as we've discussed. But yeah, like, the plumber is basically the low bar, which we are reverse limboing over. I think the room is now breathing loudly. I know. Zacula gets me. I really appreciate you having experienced that. And you know what, Zacula, as a reward, have another one of these for free. Because you had to be so patient and wait through the whole rant for it. But like, we don't make people take appointments. Do your job. Like this was the thing I kept trying to impart to her. Is it's like I am not in the position where I have to be sympathetic to you. You understand? You're the one who's screwing me over. Like she kept wanting me to like assuage her guilt and her feelings and like the fact that like her employees got in the car accident. It's like, equally to you not causing the car accident, I did not cause the car accident. But you're the one inconveniencing me, the person who's paying you money. Letters offers. Technically, they do make people take appointments because otherwise they don't have a business. Like, if they don't have appointments, what? They have walk-ins? Yeah, I mean, this lady was like horrendous at customer service. But also, I genuinely think her attitude is indicative of the company culture, because all the people I've talked to have been bad at interacting with people, and just generally the communication is bad. And yeah, I mean, it's a really good thing for them that like Windows are a business that doesn't necessarily subsist largely on repeat business, because like, my goodness gracious. When did you pay them? I mean, June 13th or something for the down payment. Zacula says, I'm very forgiving of people in customer facing positions, but this is egregious. But like, this is the thing, Zacula, the whole crux of my like, I realized I'm not the problem and that I didn't choose the violence, it chose me. The whole crux of the whole rant at the start of the stream was like, I get such bad customer service almost everywhere I go. Like the situation I described with the water purifier people was such an outlier to me. And it was like a breath of fresh air compared to like what normally happens. Like literally I do customer service type work in my job and have done so for over a decade. And so like I have an appreciation for people in that position. But like you should not be coming to your clients with problems and no solutions. And you shouldn't be the first, you shouldn't be like trying to gaslight them into thinking it's a bonus that you're not going to do the job you agreed to. And then you shouldn't be like super like hostile and disagreeable towards the customer without offering them anything at all. Like they didn't offer a discount before I asked or after I asked. But even that aside, just to like offer a nice clean solution that like actually helps me would have been a much better start to the conversation. Frankly, even just merely apologizing rather than like obliquely saying the guy got hit this morning and like we're going to reschedule the appointment if that works for you. Like things that are like weirdly uninformative / misleading. Like these are not a great start to this interaction. Oh, look, gang, it's the cigarettes he wanted so badly. It's the gift of the Magi, because now he doesn't have his lighter, as far as I am aware.
Praise the Lord. It's real. This is gonna be the best cigarette of your life. Oh, for fuck's sake.
You might have a chargeback option. I don't think so, because the down payment, the part I have paid, is like supposed to pay for the materials of the window. I mean, I could try to fight it. I mean, at this point, I have an appointment for Monday. And like, the reality of the situation is if they blow Monday, then like, we are going to start seriously investigating the like, just like, forget this noise. Like, as much as I want the windows replaced, I can and will find another company to do it. I didn't get the materials. Listen, I know what these things are like. But the last company I worked at had a similar payment system. It is a huge fight that will be a massive time sink just to spite them. it will not get me justice. It will not have my Windows installed on the day that was agreed upon. Like, it will not improve my situation, and it won't change their behavior for others. It will do no one any good. Like, failing multiple times is different. Like, failing multiple times will change the math on that. But, like, I'm not looking to do that right now. It would be really funny if, like, when we cut to these other characters, there was just a big explosion after Charlie got a cigarette. Zachary says, did you know that when they tried to get Casper with an exploding cigar? I have heard this. It sounds Looney Tunes, like literally Looney Tunes. But, like, that is... I know it's, like, a thing they at least talked about doing. I don't know if they actually tried. Did they actually try to do that or just plan it?
What's he doing?
Man, we gotta stop turning our back to doors in the murder castle, which is known for, like, closing off pathways behind us and being filled with a serial killer. Put your back into it. Twisty, jerking motions. They come and also F them. Fully agree. Oh, it's zero time dilemma in here. It's gonna be bad. Yeah, I mean, like, this game is clearly in its own way designed to, like, be a fulfillment of, like, a Saw-style horror thing, which I think is appropriate for the subject matter. I don't know. I think I need some more time to, like, sit with and articulate my thoughts, but, like, there's this really disjointed way about the way we're telling the story that I think undercuts the very, like, legitimate, interesting story it's trying to tell. I mean, for, like, a pretty stock, like, horror concept. But, like, just, it's partially cutting back and forth between the people. It's partially the fact that so much of the game has been, like, wandering through the same, like, 4 halls with, like, nothing of interest happening in the halls, and then, like, suddenly a new room appears, and then, like, something nonsensical happens, and then we cut away again. Like, it's not making good use of the time it's spending with the characters when it's with them. Like, you spend a lot of time, and I think the idea is to, like, build suspense, because you never know what's going to happen or when they're going to get separated or whatever. But, like, it feels like rather than there being, like, actual tension of, like, oh, the murderer's, like, coming and what do we do about it, or something along those lines, or just like a slowly moving Adam West style Batman death trap or whatever. It's just like the second things like get interesting with the character, we like cut away. This is just as I think this is actually a typography project masquerading as a game. Have you heard about, oh, what is the name of that game? NL enjoyers, can you tell me the name of the typewriter game? I want my sister to know about it. I don't remember what it's called. Last Shot? There's this like weird game. It's literally just like a touch typing game. Like it's a battle royale typing game where you have to like type all the sentences, and the first person to type all of the sentences like wins the round, and all the other people get shot by like gas masked Soviet characters. It's like a new one. I don't remember what it's called. Psycho says, like, being 20% less bad would result in more than a 20% improvement. I think I actually understand exactly what you mean by that. Like, I feel like I actually play a lot of games that fit into a description similar to that, at least. Games that, like, either have, like, a really good concept or, like, really good characters, but have some, like, glaring flaw that, like, dramatically undermines the overall experience. And it's like, if you just made that, like, kind of a subpar experience instead of a really bad experience, then I could spend more time focusing on what I actually like here. This is similar to the argument I was making about, like, why, even though I had a really bad time with the puzzles in Kathy Rain 1, why I came away from that game having, like, a much better impression of it than a game like Rosewater, which I'd really been looking forward to, but ended up having, like, a really bad experience because, like, I just don't think that they really wanted to spend the time on some of the parts that make that game difficult, to the extent that, like, it showed and, like, made the game overall feel worse. Cryptmaster's a sick game, actually. That's such an Anna. Oh, Anna was so excited about it. It was also really funny because he, like, played it. You should look it up. It's a really funny video. But, like, he like played it like the day this game was released. And it wasn't that long ago, so it wouldn't take you too long to find. I just don't happen to remember what it was called. But he, like, played it the day it was released, and it's, like, supposed to have an option in the menu to, like, turn off, like, local voice chat of, like, basically, like, people in your flight, like, who have a hot mic, like, projecting into your game experience. And it, like, he checked that and it wasn't working, and people kept, like, shouting at him, like, specifically at him, because he's obviously a really well-known streamer. All right, back to this guy getting gassed to death.
Hey.
Or most likely exploding when he
hello.
tries to light his cigarette.
I'm
Hey,
here.
Zacula! We might get there. Hey, buddy! Can I get a light?
What are you doing?
I'm also glad my sister and Letters are bonding over a typing game from the past, one I'm not personally familiar with, but if there's anyone to be knowledgeable on a typing game, it makes me happy that it is Letters Yay. And also, I will never, like, I know it was like a throwaway joke on your Let's Go Pikachu playthrough, but, like, chat will vouch for the fact that I routinely reference Numbers Boo in all sorts of contexts, because I think that was profoundly hilarious. Okay, I was actually going to pause to ask if we wanted this guy to explode, and I didn't even ask, and Zacula said, I need this guy to explode, I need it. So I guess that answers the question. We're gonna, I mean, assuming the game actually lets me try, like, we're gonna do it, right?
God.
Oh, it's not even an option. It's just gonna happen?
Stop!
I thought it was like a Saw choice, right?
Stop! Please!
Genuinely very surprised by that. I thought it was like, you're trapped in here, do you really want that cigarette kind of thing? Like, this is how you quit smoking. This is how you quit smoking. The door was bad in my playthrough, or my premonition, rather. The bad hand is getting to him. Okay, so this will sound evil, but this character does suck, and these games are a certain kind of way. Do we? I mean, I think he lifted the grate. There's probably a timer on this. Do we want to try and let him get escape, or do we just start messing around with the door? Because I'm pretty sure that gets us killed. Like, do we want to try and prolong this guy's experience in the Saw dungeon? Or, like, are we done with this man? This is fully up to chat to decide. I like, whatever. Vasco says, what got me to quit smoking was just being so poor in my 20s. I had to pick between cigarettes and good. Honestly, a more difficult choice than food. I mean, that's what addiction is like, yeah? But, like, I'm glad that you did kick the habit and that you didn't have to take this extreme route. It's probably a penalty for death. I mean, in an abstract sense, if you're not familiar with these types of games, I'm not sure. I feel like you've maybe played some of these. I don't know if you've specifically played, like, the Dark Pictures Anthology games. But, like, you might miss out on later opportunities in the game where, like, teamwork is required, or, like, a character might gain access to some ability to do something to advance the overall story for the group. But like normally you can kind of just kill everyone off. There's usually like one or two characters that are like harder to kill off so that you can like necessarily get to like the end of the game, but like there's not like an immediate punishment. I don't know how he's still breathing. I think it must be because he was breathing so heavily before that he just stockpiled some extra air like a camel stores up water. I don't know. So far, the only comment I think I've seen that answers my question is we got to try to get him out alive. Where's the Sudoku puzzle? That's such a good question. There really should be one in here. So okay, so we are going with the great. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Just fucking open. Yes. Fucking open.
Need him dead. The thing is, Zacula, is that there are many times and like. The implied question is like, is it more important for him to die full stop? Or do we want to like give him a really bad day, to put it mildly? Like in some ways this is worse. This is not great. I mean, he's under a great, but his experience is not great. Why did he close himself in? I mean, clearly I misunderstood the assignment because I thought we were angling for like a way to get out of the room. But I guess we just wanted to be like 2 feet further away from the fire. Why did he put the grate back on? I don't really know. It doesn't seem like it changes the math very much.
Not sure what blowing on that will achieve.
You know what? I think that's a great point. Now I just can't stop saying the word great.
Things are starting to heat up for our friends. Charlie's goose may be cooked. It can be difficult working with someone you've been involved with, but I think Mark and Kate may be finding a way and learning some new things about each other.
All I know is that Magic Rock is really
Mr.
sharp.
Dumet's lovely animatronics. I think they're rather clever. Some of them look very realistic. I wonder where he sources the parts.
You ever see the movie Cube?
It would only be fair at this stage to offer up a little hint to even the odds. What do you think?
Ooh, hey gang, do we want a hint? I don't think I can. I'm intrigued what you think. What the heck is this? A random narrator who contributes little or nothing, but is offering me a hint. I don't remember. I think maybe he's done that in one of the other games. I don't think he normally does this. You have seen the cube. Okay, then my answer to where he sources the parts is like the weird answer they give in the cube. They're like, I don't know, we just like found engineers all over the world and didn't tell them what we were doing, and then we assembled the cube all in one place. Maybe about to contribute. I mean, true. Also, to answer your question, Zacula, Charlie is not immediately dead, but he is having a really bad time, and we might be able to do even better. Cube's minimalist plot is better than... Well, Cube is actually a really good movie. And I do think there's a really cool idea to this game, which is, you know, an interactive movie, so I think it's somewhat comparable in a lot of ways. But, like, you know... Again, I feel like if I sit with my thoughts a little, I might be able to articulate it more. But I think it has some issues in trying to get across what it's trying to get across. Tell him to buzz off unless the hint keeps the nice lesbian whose name I'm sure I'll learn at some point alive. The name is Aaron, and the only way to know would be to ask, right? Okay, we want the hint.
Let's take some inspiration from the works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
I kind of see where we're going.
Our friend Herman Mudgett was so enamored with Sherlock Holmes that he borrowed his surname. Here. He has a brain of the first order. He sits motionless, like a spider, in the center of its web. But that web has 1,000 radiations. and he knows well every quiver of each of them. I hope that helps.
I don't think that helps. Chat, can you make sense of that for me? I assume that's like an actual quote from a Sherlock Holmes book.
Best of luck.
That was a hint? Arguably. Okay, hang on. Yes, give me a hint. Okay, here's a random Sherlock Holmes passage. He didn't say it was a good hint, did he? Is there a character who's actually related to every other character? Not in like a traditional related to sense, I don't think at all. Yeah, like center of the web feels like it's the closest thing to like a front door useful solution. But at the same time, it feels like that could also easily be a red herring, and like the context of that quote might be valuable to know or something. Not that I can be bothered to look that up. What I am curious about is demolition, if you're free and you don't mind. We're at roughly the 3-hour mark. I'm trying to evaluate how much of the game might be left to see if I should like just do this tomorrow. I don't think we can finish it tonight, so like maybe it makes more sense to try and fill as much of tomorrow with that as possible. I'm not sure. Basically means someone has the home field advantage and you're unlikely to beat someone who has it. I mean, I feel like that's not even a hint, really, right? Like, we're in his murder castle. Like, obviously, he knows it better than we do. I'm not sure how that would facilitate being like a hint. Roughly halfway. Oh, we could keep going then. We're not even as far as I thought. We could go for like at least a half hour, I think. Spider refers to Moriarty. I mean, it seems like a natural assumption, but I still don't. That's fun. It's not a great hint. Not that I expected a good hint. That is the literal halfway point. So my understanding is that this game is estimated at 6 to 7 hours, which means that I really did make shockingly little progress on the first installment, which is fine because this actually just saves me buying another game before Halloween, which is fine. But yeah, I mean, I think I should go for like at least another half hour, and then we'll suss it out.
I could
if you have a different sense, let me know, Demolition. But I think that's where we're at. Can gift you a few of the game. I mean, very generous, Demolition. You don't need to do that.
What?
Also, I mean, if this game isn't getting done until tomorrow, then we're pretty much full up for this October.
You hear that?
Yeah.
From down there.
20 to go.
What if it's Aaron? No way.
Damn it.
It's another trap.
It's the only way out of here. So we're going to find out.
Seek a way out. Oh man, I'm playing as Jamie. She sucks. I mean, slightly more than the others. There's so many locked doors. It's so ridiculous.
Is this a good idea?
I don't see any other options.
If you've never played Lake of Voices and need an additional game, it's a free visual novel. I'm gonna write that down because I for sure am not gonna remember that if I don't write that down. Hint or no hint? We got a hint. It was a quote from a Sherlock Holmes book that basically said that the bad guy has the advantage, is what we've cobbled together collectively. It wasn't a good hint. It's so dusty here. It's so funny to me how many like books and papers and things are about like renovating this house, and everywhere we go it's like completely collapsed and derelict. This is the thing that bothers me, right, Zacula? Is that, like, I understand that they don't want to put, like, 1 million rooms in a game like this. Like, it's not really meant to be explored in depth. Like, that's not the type of game it is. It's not actually Silent Hill or whatever. But, like, just, I mean, The only excuse I can imagine is that this place is like literally in some way directly modeled after the murder castle, and so like a door should be there. But like if that's not the case, then just like put fewer doors around and stop locking them. Yeah, they sent their best renovation
Where the hell are
team.
we?
Also important to note that they did not cause the car accident. I'm so looking forward to reaching my hand down one of these toilets. Which Silent Hill game is that? Is that 2? I think that's Silent Hill 2, right? Gengar caused the accident. That also feels on brand for Gengar. I haven't found any obols. I really wanted a toilet obol. I could have used it to buy a donut. Oh, check it out, guys. It's a bunch of blood. But let's not jump to any conclusions about this large quantity of blood. This could be anything. And I would naturally assume that it is something innocent. Yeah, the particle effects do need to chill out. We're definitely in the Upside Down, and there's just no reason for it.
Look at all this trash.
Maybe AI made the room. I mean, this game came out in 2021, maybe 2022.
There must be something useful around here. Columbus Spa.
Am I crazy? This feels like there's kind of a lobby in Until Dawn when Mike goes into like the sanitarium by himself. It feels to me like this is a very similar location. Like it might have been reused or something. Zaka said, it's like, what do doors do? Doors that can't be unlocked actually add to the experience that a wall in that spot wouldn't add. I think it's an entirely valid question. Like, letters counters, locked doors contribute to the frustration, which is true, but like, I think there are certain points where it would be valid for your like core experience with the game that you like want the player to be frustrated more than anything else. But I think those are really particular moments. I think a horror game like this wants to amp up like suspense and horror and fear and the sense that the threat is coming to get you, rather than like constantly just be like wandering through the hallways with locked doors, you know?
This is Laura at reception.
What the hell?
The Columbus Spa is now open for guests.
I bet Laura knows how to transfer a call to someplace other than the Shadow Realm. Well, we found that sub-basement sauna, I guess. I really don't know why we have that. Does anyone else read Find a Way Out as an objective and only hear the Haunted Mansion narrator? I mean, that is objectively correct, but I will say that because I've played the escape game series, the Zero Escape games, that I always think Seek a Way Out, because they have a little jingle that plays when you get locked in a room. I found this guy's access card. He dead. Jesse Clark. AKA Jesse Clark, but in, like, pen. Oh, I'm not taking that with me? There's no chance that I might find a locked door? Okay, sure. Beware of hitchhiking ghosts. I did have the opportunity to go on the Haunted Mansion with my niece and nephew, and my nephew really liked the hitchhiking ghosts. He was very jazzed about it. Okay, which way are we going? Are we going into the Doom Pit? I guess the Doom Pit's probably a dead end, huh?
No point just standing around.
So, like, maybe there's, like, an O-ball or something in there. I really don't know what the... Oh, sick. I found a... rated M for mature. Look at this slab of plastic. Sealed with a Ken. Am I right? I should check this weird hole. Oh, can I not actually go in it? It really looked like a thing I could go in. Okay, I guess I'll just jump across it and advance to the next random thing. Letters asks, I wonder if Incinerator Guy was doomed no matter what, whether you went to grate or door. Well, let me show you something. Pictures. I don't remember which one it is. It's not explosion. Probably burnt. I have reason to believe it might have gone differently.
Keep looking around.
It's one of the only times in franchise history where I've, like, found a picture in a position where I could actually apply that information to make a choice. Normally you get them, like, after the fact, or they're so abstract. Here, I'll show you another example, a really abstract one, right? Explosion. This one's my favorite. Little rowboat blew up. Don't know who's on it, when, what decision would be made. How do you even get over there? Wait. Oh, it's a shimmy? Did I miss a shimmy prompt? Yeah, it's a shimmy prompt. So I could go over there, or I could, like...
Jesus!
What? What happened? Literally, what happened? Whatever, shimmy. You have a chart that seemingly shows the choice points plotted out? Do you mean the bearings? That's a reasonable conclusion to draw, but I don't actually think that's what the bearings do. Because the bearings update, like, when you don't make choices. It's weird. The bearings are confusing, and they always have been. They've used that terminology in this game series from, like, the very beginning, and it just doesn't have an obvious application. Feels kind of rapture-y up here.
Please gather by the lobby doors in reception.
It's a good thing we all brought flashlights. Good. This door that's hard to get to turns out to be locked for no particular reason. The numbered flowchart thing? Do you mean secrets? Because this, I think, is just stuff you find. Like, it only highlights, like, specific documents and things I pick up that make the game go like... Can't climb lounge chair, too difficult. I know, I'm tired too.
Mark, give me a hand. I think we can bust through this thing.
And busting makes me feel good. Because it's
3,
almost
2,
Halloween.
1,
and Ghostbusters
go.
is one of the 4 songs you can play.
Go again. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Hey, how many times do you think that I can fail this in a row?
Go again. Ready? 3,
Is there
2,
like an achievement for
1,
this?
go.
Like, be bad at doors? I want Kate to come in and just, like,
Okay.
open it with a single
Ready?
kick.
3, 2,
Okay, but, like,
1,
if it's
go.
just on a loop, why even would I give input? Why am I needed for this?
Go again. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
I mean, I don't know how much you can do to prevent that, but we should really start expecting it at the very least.
We'll get back to you. Stay there.
Just hurry.
That hurt.
What? This wasn't in the script.
I gotta say, the killer having like a supernatural set of like falsified recordings or whatever, I don't know. It's not doing it for me. It feels like this is a game that wants a grounded killer who is just doing something that's like Batman style of like unreasonable. Like with enough like money and dedication, he can make like these walls that move around and do improbable things, but like are physically possible, just like wildly unreasonable to do. But like him just like having these like weird like fake, I don't know. I think this is not supposed to just be like AI. It's on like analog. I don't know. I love letter just gameplay. Yeah, man. The like just you have to press square and the game doesn't continue until you do. Gameplay. I don't know. I probably missed an oval in there. There was like way too much stuff to look at, and I kind of stopped caring. Maybe hired an actress, but like who sounds exactly like the other one? It's just what like almost any answer just seems too convenient, I guess is my point. Well, at least we're not going through the same hallways. Oh, hang on. A business card? That means that I can open drawers or something. Do I care? Okay, it was to gain the superpower. No? No, I don't have the superpower. It's just a completely pointless collectible. Sick. Is anything in these games supernatural? I mean, Until Dawn had gosh darn Wendigos that could duplicate people's voices. House of Ashes had, like, aliens, didn't it? Didn't that turn out to be aliens? And, like, Man of Medan was, like... I mean, like, that... It teased, like, angry Chinese spirits, but, like, wasn't it actually just, like, hallucinations from some weird, like, drug program or something? People like collecting. I mean, like, the thing that's peeing me off a little bit, and I don't know why I'm censoring myself and pissing myself off, because, like, that's the thing I just say on stream, but the thing that's peeing me off is that this game, like, added a new type of collectible. They're like, obols, you can trade them for dioramas, and I don't know where to do that, or what that is, or why I care, but I was like, I'll collect some and see what it's like, and I still have no idea how to get one. And I'm like, okay, so then why am I doing it? I honestly think, like, a game like this does not really want collecting. I mean, if you're really dead set on doing the whole premonition painting thing, like it's a staple of the series or whatever, sure, fine, I can live with it. But, like, they added new ones, and I don't know, like, to what end. Like, again, this isn't really an exploration game. So it feels like it should just be more about, like, delivering the story in a satisfying pace in a way where, like, your input feels worthwhile. So many construction documents. Jesse, I quit with immediate effect. That sounds like we're using an interrupt instead of an instant. By the time you read this, I will have already left the island. Don't come looking for me. I quit. I'm done. I will leave this planet for no reason at all, Monica. Also valid, it is quite dark for collecting things. Not every single part of the game that's been true for, but like much of the game has just been in like pretty much darkness. I don't think there's anything to care about other than this spooky doll. Even the doll is breathing heavy.
Let me go! Let me go, you asshole! I don't... No,
Castle... Ah. No, surely plenty of games have done the collecting for its own sake, but, like... All I'm saying is that, like, there are types of games where it's like, sure, like, I get putting collectibles in, even if it doesn't add huge value to the game. Like, it doesn't necessarily detract. Here I'm suggesting that it may actually be a distraction from the intended effect of the game to put it in here at all, I guess is my point. I don't know what's with these cards or why they're not collectible or why I care. What a pointless interlude. This one doesn't even do me the courtesy of telling me it's locked. I mean, it has boards on it, but maybe they're just on the window. I don't know. Oh, hang on. No, it's just actually the light reflecting off the tile. I thought that was like a floor ball. Floor coin. Seems like a number on the back. Maybe. I think that last one was a 9, but like I don't actually pick them up, so I don't know why they're numbered. Like I can't actually collect them. And they don't seem to go into the numbered secrets directive or whatever. So like I don't know what we're doing. Yeah, O-balls for some, I don't know what they're for. That one was worth a bunch. I wasn't even paying attention that time because they've all been worth 2 today. It sounds like a Godzilla toy constructed in the 80s or something. Is the killer marking off his kills? I mean, there's a presumed death counter in the lobby of this building. It seems kind of weird to just like mark it on some loose index cards. I really don't know what we're doing right now. I mean, so the implication here is that these are all the people, like we read through that document as Charlie, that was like, so like I got the skeleton crew to come and like build my sub-basement spa, and then like one of them like made a note of like this job sucks or whatever. And it was like after like everyone started disappearing. So the idea is that they were contracted to build like a dilapidated spa, which should have been a red flag, and then they were all killed. And then he put like mannequin doppelgangers with like voice recordings of their deaths around here. So like I'm following that. I just like don't know what good it does to like show this off to the other people. It doesn't feel like it matches the MO of the murder castle based on what little I know about it. I mean, certainly I think the replayability of a game like this should be the branching paths. I don't know that that's necessarily like a direct opposition to the collectibles thing, but I mean, I do feel pretty strongly that like collectibles aren't like really a huge benefit here. Like again, at like maximum, I feel like put in the paintings, they're sort of thematically tied to the Dark Pictures Anthology. It's very like Night Gallery or whatever. And like, yeah, maybe for like super astute or whatever, then you can plot your way out of a jam using the information from the premonition. But like, I don't know, all the rest of the stuff seems like it's silly. Didn't look at the back of that card.
He's talking way
Did
too
I
long,
not?
and none of it sounds true at all.
Hey, Joshi. That's so true. You're not wrong. Night Keen. Frank is 10. Didn't actually mean. I just thought it was funny. Hey, I'm not mad. I thought it was good timing. Also, I do think I've been talking way too long. I just, as a gamer, I have a compulsion to try to pick up the things even while I'm simultaneously complaining that I don't think they belong in the game. It's human nature, and I have a problem. Dramatic irony! Thank you for gifting us up Demolition to Joel Sheik. Hey, cool, a sparkly drop cloth or whatever. God, everyone's game reads so loud. It's so insane. It's Joe Is She. Oh, I'm sorry. The capital I thought was like lowercase l. My apologies. Joe Is She. I will do my best to remember that. Oh, I'm climbing now. Why is it showing me my inventory? Like I'm going to use the flashlight here? Let me give you a boost and then shine a light on your glorious butt.
Obviously.
I think those are the cries that someone in chat mentioned earlier. Oh yeah, that'd be it. But what about the delicious business card?
What just happened?
JK, I found it. It's true, we were actually talking about fonts, as there are many. Not Monica. She's actually in Mambo number 5. Like someone's watching you climb. Yeah, we had a unnecessary flash of dramatic irony that we turned our back and then the killer was like directly behind us through a door and we just didn't see it. It's kind of a weird choice. I don't know what the desired effect of that is. We, the player, know that they're there. I guess it's to make us feel more tense about the fate of the characters even though they don't care.
There must be something useful around here.
This game needs like a lot more inhalers than it has. Guess I'll just... Looks like I have to jump. Perfect font is Sevka. I'll be honest. I am a font idiot. I know like 6 fonts. I have very little knowledge or intuition about what sets them apart. I will take your word on it.
Keep looking around. There's got to be a way through.
I've heard that the only way out is through. And from past experience, through has not routinely felt super desirable. Ah, sick. More coins for me to use doing... Still really unclear to me exactly what. More breathing than an ASMR channel. So true. I was watching... I think it was Survivor that I was watching when I was eating dinner tonight. When someone was talking about mukbang videos where people just like eat in their car making like yummy ASMR noises. And I was like, oh my God, that's torture. You would do that on purpose? Ooh. Not for me.
No point just standing around.
Even the game thinks I'm talking way too long. Well, at this precise moment, I don't actually know where I'm going. Sometimes I'm actually lollygagging. Here I'm like, I don't know. The camera angles are making it a little hard to know the intended. Did I come in from this way? There's just like nothing in this room. What did I eat for dinner? I made chicken rice and pizza rolls. It's my Friday classic dinner. It is a dinner for psychopaths, which I am. Oh, Zach, your partner watches mukbang videos. I would, yeah, like power to them. Please enjoy it. Not trying to make them feel bad, but like to me, that just truly sounds like torture. I'd be like, don't make me watch that. Chicken rice and pizza rolls sounds incredible. They go together better than they should by any means. But I love chicken rice, and I've tried like various like combinations with them because it's like one of my favorite like sides to make. And like one time, just like on a lark, I like did pizza rolls. I'm like, it's everything I want.
There must be something useful around here.
Okay, here's what I've learned from where we're at in this game right now. And tell me if you disagree. This game hasn't actually been super heavy-handed on telling us what to do. Occasionally it'll be like, come on, let's keep going. To try and hint that we don't need to stay here, right? But like I've come into this room and it's like a dead end and there's no obvious door and nothing seems to be glittering. And the characters have been extremely vocal that like we need to keep going. This tells me that people must have gotten stuck real bad in this room during some form of testing this game. So I guess my point is that I shouldn't feel that bad, but also I'm starting to get a little PO'd again. Yellow paint. Yeah, I mean, this is the type of situation where we use yellow paint. I'll be honest, I do not understand the hate for yellow paint. I get that we would like for the path to be a little more organic. And I think one solution to that is, like, not constantly dark environments. But, like, I get that this is a horror game and we're going for a certain aesthetic. But, like, if people are going to get stuck, like, yellow paint solves the problem. And I think it's especially useful for, like, looking high or low, where I think traditionally video games kind of coach you that you're not looking in those areas. So if you have to look super high or low, it's helpful to just have the splash of color to draw your attention where you're otherwise not going to look. So, like, I don't know why people get so mad about it. Thanks for hanging out, Letters. Have a good night. I will do my best to seek a way out. Baby boo boo. I'd like maybe an option to turn it off. Might not be the worst thing in the world. I don't know how much work would... I think if you had that option in mind when you started developing the game, it might be possible. Without, like, an insane amount of effort, but I'm sure it would be, like, a lot of work. Okay, for real, chat, if you are aware of what I should be doing, and it's, like, obvious to you, feel free to just yell at me, because, like, at this point, I am kind of just, like, stuck in this room, and this happened, like, late in the last stream, too. And that one, I think, was on me. Let's go... There's really just, like, not a lot of place to be, right? Like, what am I missing? Am I at or past a pool? It's a little tough to say because the game might...
There must be a way out.
...be calling it something. I mean, if it helps look at the walkthrough, I passed Monica last, I think. I'm a little beyond Monica, and then I, like, descended something. And now I'm kind of just here. I don't know if... maybe this is the pool? I don't know. Game control Jamie run down the stairs behind the newly opened wall. Behind the newly opened wall. Okay, it says, Vasco, I haven't watched a lot of horror movies, but two people stuck in a scary room leads to sexy times, right? Only if they're horny for mysteries right now, I think. That leads you through several areas, eventually spitting you in the disused pool. Okay, that's probably where I am then, the disused pool. An announcement will play when you enter the room. Maybe not? Is something up? I don't know. I don't see... Picked up an obol. This is a little much, huh? This is very similar to the thing I got stuck in before. Or at least it feels like it. You're done, climb out of the pool using the scaffolding along the side. Scaffolding around the side. And that's scaffolding.
Keep looking around.
I promise you I'm, like, not trying to be difficult. Like, I honestly feel like I've done multiple passes of this space and, like, don't even have, like, a hint. Hang on. No, I have been here. I've been here and this isn't anything. I mean, the solid wood doesn't seem to have any interaction buttons.
No point just standing around.
Well, the camera's not doing anyone any favors, but particularly not me. This is insane. Like, I don't care that it doesn't make any sense. If it's gonna be this cramped and weird and dark, just, like, put a light directly under what I have to climb up, man. Don't think anyone has mentioned this before, but that is some aggressive breathing. You know, now that you mention it, and not at any earlier point, I think I would agree with that. This is actually starting to make me, like, completely insane. Like, at this point, I truly think I've made, like, multiple passes of this entire area. Like, if this zone is going to be this bad, just have him tell me the name of the movie I would like to see. Don't just be like, keep looking. Like, obviously keep looking. I'm just stuck here. Like, for real. Like, am I missing something? Just listen to Mark's advice. You're so real for that. Jamie has also suggested that there's no point in standing around. Honest to God.
There must be something useful around here.
If there is, I'm going to need you to tell me what it is, because I've definitely... Wait. Was that just the flashlight moving? Oh my God. Whoa. I have passed by this stack of why is the hitbox for climb so crazy small? Why is it so small and thin? I'm standing directly in front of it. It doesn't show up. That's the crazy talk. That's not how you do that business. That isn't how you do that if you actually want me to find that. Oh, I fell down it. And then even, like, the second thing doesn't... And is this the one I came down? Like, what? Oh, bite me.
Keep looking around.
Dude, that stuff sucks. And what happens if I don't care? Oh, no, it'll just drop me in the pit. That's what it'll do. I don't want that. I don't want to go back in the pit. I'm not a large monster from Darkest Dungeon. Don't jump down. It sucks down here. But, like, for real. I mean, you were watching me for presumably most or all of that time. Were you seeing that thing pop up? Because it was only appearing if I stopped and stared at it.
No point just standing around.
Like, if that's an intended way out of the situation, it should be more directly interactable. Peak level design. It sure is a peak behind the curtain of insanity. Is that anything?
Mark, give me a hand moving this shit.
You know I had to do it. They don't even have the pretense of, like, do it again. They just go through the whole animation and then they're both just, like, staring dumbfounded at the wall and then just doing it again. You simply need to not stand around to go to the next area. You're right, Justin. That really is on me. All that time I was pressing it. I guess it's, like, extra aggressive, this one, because it's heavier. We didn't sound presence felt really off there. Didn't really communicate that one of us was going to go under while the other held it, and then vice versa. Remember that one ad for the Scammy video game design schools where it was like, hey Jerry, can you tighten up the graphics on level 4? I don't remember that. I probably did see it. Anyone see that super sick, like, anti-tariff commercial that's, like, literally just a speech from Ronald Reagan talking about how we shouldn't use tariffs?
Huh.
Some, like, Canadian politician has been, like, putting that out. It's so clever. Just much respect for that. Okay, so like I want to be real with you for a second here. So like this is dabbling back in what we were doing at the start of the game, which I thought was really frustrating. Is that like for like the 6th or 7th time now, I'm really not trying to be like funny about this, but like, this is not an exploration game. This is like an interactive movie game. Like, the pace of the game should be pretty quick, and most of our input should either be like in a straightforward way getting us to the next plot point, or like giving choices or doing quick time events. Like, that's kind of the established gameplay and the expected gameplay, and it's what makes it feel like a movie, is that it kind of happens at like a snappy pace, and we're not just like crawling around in like a dusty dungeon. This is nothing. This is like worse than just like playing a bad platformer. Like, this type of gameplay like borders on World's End Club platforming, where it's like, you are platforming because our game didn't have enough gameplay, except at the same time we didn't really finish it or make it satisfying to play.
Shut up! No! Monica!
No! Stop!
Please shut
Please!
9 seconds, eh? It's weird because that clip didn't seem to play their death. I have a button for this.
I'll push it. Beep.
Hey, who is comparing this story to Saw? Preposterous.
Ah, shit.
But you've seen the error of your ways now, Demolition, right? Oh, let me examine this idiot's card. It's Ryan Hart. He's the senior demolition laborer. Number 8. Now give me that key. Wait, the key moved. Why did the key move? It was like closer to where I climbed up on it. Now it's all the way over here. Spa Master. 'Tis I, the Spa Master. Wow. It's also a little vexing, and this is kind of a personal thing, but if we're gonna have these two characters stuck together for like a long stretch of like wandering around in like the dark, uninteresting basement, where like the way forward isn't always clear and everything is just kind of dull and samey, like, could they at least like have an interesting conversation for like part of it? Yeah, Demolition saw where I was going with that. Like, if it's one character, I kind of get it, and like maybe it builds towards the atmosphere, but like, saying you gotta have something, man. It's just like dead air, brother. Fortunately, it is I, the Spa Master. I was really hoping for a disco on the other side of that door. Turn my light off? It did. Oboe? Oboe! How many oboes is this oboe? We're up to 28. That one was 5. Was that a plot relevant oboe? No, it was just weird. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that the original Murder Castle in Chicago had like a deep sub-basement spa. I feel like we took some creative liberties here. Okay, so that appears to be the way forward. And frankly, even if there's more obols, which there probably aren't that close to the other
Mark,
one,
here.
get out of here.
Let's move the desk. Hello?
Okay, minor gripe, but like, we've now seen like 2 kind of in a row doorways that like require mashing a button to advance the game. They're not optional. If you fail them, there's no negative consequence, and you have to keep retrying them until you advance. Why is this one different? There have been a couple that are like this, where like it sort of provokes something that might work that way, and then the game just glosses over it. But like, what's the actual distinction there? Like, why do we not care about this one, and why do you have to do the other?
Mark? Jamie? Here.
Kate,
We're okay.
we're okay.
Thank God. We found a key. Let's get out of here.
We found Spa Master. Sister says, want to hear a very meta thing happening to me? Next week, the Microsoft Alumni Network is emailing their 50,000 members to send them a feature story about my journey to the dream job at Pokemon. And the Pokemon Company International read it and was like, actually, that's cool. We're good with this. Did you have to get that cleared? Did Microsoft ask you about it before they said they were going to do it? Either way, it's cool. It's just like a cheap, like, not even jump scare. Like, what's the point of that?
Hear that?
I mean, I get them being protective of the brand. It's more like, I guess I didn't expect that Microsoft would, like, necessarily run it by you. If it's like... Okay, the number went up by 1, and I don't know what that means. Does that mean that Charlie died? Did Charlie die on his way back to his home planet? I didn't actually keep track of like how much time passed for Erin, but like it seems like she was in there for a really long time. Part of that was because I spent a lot of time in the sub basement of the spa.
Get away from me!
It seems like he went off into a different video game. Okay, that's straight up an escape room. She just wandered into an escape room. I was going to say she is good at hiding, but she is not. Regrettably true. There is definitely something weird about the pacing at which, like, she, like, ran away from this guy. He sauntered casually down a hallway that didn't look connected. She walked into an escape room, and then he was, like, 4 seconds behind her to lock the door. Like, something was really odd. What was I just saying about the pacing? It's like, oh no, like, Erin's in an exciting situation. They're like, cut back to Jessie or whatever her name is. No, this is Kate. The other one is J-Name. And we're playing as her, Jamie.
Shit. No!
This is definitely an escape room.
Get the fuck out of here!
Kate!
I love Mark just like haphazardly running past this door, like paying no stupid attention to his surroundings at all. I wonder where Kate went. It's a lot of Victrolas in this place. Or are those gramophones?
Kate! Erin, are you okay? Please say you're alright. Get me out of here!
I asked you to say that you were all right. How dare you disobey me?
Hurry up! It's another trap!
They're both
Seek
locked.
a way out.
What was that?
Our biggest fans. Gonna have to pick one. That's definitely what this is. It seems like that's what this is.
I can't.
It seems much more like an Until Dawn
These
thing
windows
than
are welded in place.
Devil in Me
He
thing.
fucking wants us to watch. Wait, look. Regulator switch.
Will that give them air?
No, not both of them. It's sucking out all the air. Whoever we point this lever at is gonna die.
if Aaron wasn't one of the two characters, I would really be tempted to be like, what happens if I just leave it straight up? Or live. Yeah, that is the thing that sort of bothers me about a situation like this, is like, I don't know how this thing is constructed well. And like, I assume I'm meant to take the game at face value and be like, if I pointed at you, you die. But if it didn't say that, I'd be like, okay, but like, what if I interpret it differently than you?
Something! He wants to choose, doesn't he? Oh my god.
I can't.
If we don't do something, both of them will die, Mark.
It is tempting.
It doesn't matter who you save. He's going to kill us all anyway.
She's kind of not wrong,
I can't watch you
right?
die, Aaron.
Just do it. Right now, do it.
We have to choose. Now!
I mean, we killed Kate, right? There's part of me that's like really tempted to do nothing, but like I think they probably both just die, and that's probably not actually that interesting. Such an easy choice is the thing. Yeah, it's like I feel like we did a bad job of picking the characters for this dilemma. IMO. I feel like Charlie and Jamie is probably like a more interesting pair, because I think they're just like the most obviously unlikable ones. But like, yeah, I mean, kill Kate. Sweet.
No.
We had to do something. They were both gonna die.
Can we alternate between the two? It's an interesting suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a little curious.
No, Kate.
13% got save Aaron. Really? 13%? That feels low. Is it just that people didn't make it this far in the game? That feels low. I mean, in a vacuum, I'd expect that number to be closer to like 50-50. Realistically, probably even higher than that if people are like replaying the game. 13% seems really low. What am I missing? Okay, I love you. Bye-bye.
Window.
There's a leak.
Back up.
No point standing around, Mark. Why did that work? It didn't seem like he was making any progress, and then it like worked all at once.
Okay. I'm okay.
What are you doing? Hitting with your elbow, kick with your leg?
Okay?
I mean, I would, I think. I think I would do that.
She's okay.
Do you want to know the choices for this? Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, I don't think we're gonna, like, immediately replay it or anything, and I doubt I'll remember that. But, like, if you do nothing, do they, like, both figure out how to get out or something? I wonder if they wanted you to save Aaron, and so it's a double... Yeah, I am curious about that, if only Aaron double save. Like, I would not be surprised if, like, Kate is the only one who has the leak, and so you can save both of them. Like, I think the implication is that I'm supposed to care about Kate because she's, like, the more famous actress, but I don't really know her, and I don't think her character is that amazing. Kill Aaron kills Aaron. Kill Kate, this thing happens. Do nothing, it acts like kill Aaron. Interesting. Wait, why would do nothing only kill Aaron? Is it a combination of Aaron dies and then this happens, where, like, Kate finds the leak or whatever? The leak is always there. That's weird. That's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, I sort of get it. like, I get that type of choice being in the game, where it's, like, an uneven dilemma in that way, but, like, the notion that, like, one of the two rooms has the leak feels weird to me, you know? It's the illusion of... No, I mean, there's technically actual choice there. It's not purely illusion of choice. Let's go a touch longer.
What?
I think we're pretty close to the end of the stream.
What is happening?
Dumet is playing a game, and it's no fucking joke.
You okay?
Not even close.
Look, we have to get smart about this before one of us ends up
what does
dead
that
like
mean?
Charlie.
Wait, Charlie's dead? Then he...
It's actually the game designers rewarding you for the choice they think is right. I think I agree with that. It's just weird that, like... It's a weird, like, moral standard to try and, like, put in there, you know? I mean, I think Aaron is, like, the better character to save, but, like, is pretty obviously subjective, right? Do we know for a fact it's Dumet? It certainly could be that Dumet is the killer, or he could be the guy on the boat. And it would drastically change my experience being here in the murder castle to know one way or the other.
Got what was coming to him.
What?
Also, I didn't make the car accident happen.
When I was lost, I picked up a recording. It was Charlie talking to Dumet. He said he wanted us dead. He brought us here to kill us.
No, there's just no way.
I know what I heard.
We need a plan.
She made a
Forget
weird
his
face.
games,
I know what I heard.
traps, all that bullshit. Think about the killers we've covered. There's always a weakness.
You suggesting we invite him to tea and psychoanalyze?
I'm suggesting we use our heads.
We can make guesses all day, but if we die here, it won't matter. I'm not playing detective, I just want to survive.
Playing detective is how we survive. We play his games, we'll lose. We need to outthink him.
He's trying to pick us off one at a time. We need to stick together.
Hang on.
I have to assume that in this universe, like, horror movies don't exist, and so this didn't occur to them until now?
He could be listening to us right now.
Where should we go?
Back to the ferry.
It left, remember?
It's on a line.
Why do we hide under this shelf of chainsaws?
Maybe we could reel it in.
Maybe it isn't good enough.
The lighthouse. Maybe we can signal for help. There's police boats patrolling the lakes, right?
Does anyone else love that they were like, he could be listening to us right now? And then one person, like, whispers one line of dialogue, and then they all go back to talking at the level of volume that they were concerned he would overhear?
All the way out here?
Lighthouses are meant to be seen for miles.
He's probably got it rigged with traps.
Then we gotta be really fucking careful. It's our best shot.
Are you shooting
This
me?
isn't really a plan.
No one is gonna believe it without proof.
You want me to record him trying to kill us?
And the bodies? For the cops.
That comically large button that he depresses like the absolute smallest amount humanly possible. Bloop. Bloop. I don't know why that really gets me. That absolutely cartoonishly gargantuan button that just goes like...
I'll push it. Beep.
It's okay, they're only planning on how to... I mean, like, here's the thing that kills me. Like, going to the lighthouse is, like, a plan. I don't know that it's, like, an especially inspired plan, but, like, the notion that, like, we should outthink him. We will, like, try not to fall for traps. It's like, these are things that should not needed... They should not have needed discussion at all. We should have been doing those, like, as a baseline to start with.
Hear that? The walls are moving again.
Kate, hang on. We need to stay close.
Shit! Kate! Heck!
Do you appreciate him deliberately allowing the gap between them to grow while saying we should stay close? Like, I get he wants her to, like, move less, but also moving none at all is equally causing a problem.
Come on!
Mark!
I don't know why, that felt very silly.
No! Jamie!
Why does he have so many silly buttons? A little tiny boop as a treat. So I would say that plan A of just like don't fall for the traps is going awesome, don't you think?
Anyway.
Is that good or bad? I honestly don't know. Oh no, the asthma that he didn't have. I wonder how bad it is if you let that fall. Is it like a molten, like, Terminator death pool? It's steaming something fierce. It's part of the spot. No, it's like a laundry thing? Just like a laundry pit? Hey, Demolition, how many scenes? Any idea? As Mark, we just fell into what I think is the laundry room with the objective to find a way out. I think I want to call it here. I just kind of want to get a sense that we're, like, in the ballpark of getting done tomorrow. I've sure been talking a lot, not gonna lie, this is on me. Oh, I forgot it does that. It's very embarrassing. 3 scenes. That drops us to 16? It's not great. That was 10. That oboe was 10. Do 3 more scenes, you might be able to wrap tomorrow. I think I'm gonna do 1 more scene and we'll just see how it goes. The problem is that the scenes are like crazy lopsided. Your crew members can't be detected while they're hiding, so I'm told. Kind of feels like that shouldn't have worked. But hiding mechanics in video games are, in my opinion, notoriously wonky. There's not a lot of notice to hide. That actually seems pretty easy to goof. If you miss the camera, you're out of 2 massively hard achievements. I mean, I don't see myself accomplishing any hard achievements regardless. But I don't think it surprises me all that much that, hello? Dude, I don't know. More a whole single button miss Rex whole runs. I mean, that's a staple. That goes back to Man of Medan. Now let's not forget that, like, I think they threatened us that the button can change on this. Why is he making so much noise? It's like he doesn't want to hear me breathing insanely loudly right by his feet. Loudly do I wonder why he's sawing. Don't touch it, moron. I am really glad that they did. This is one thing that they improved over Until Dawn. The Until Dawn version of this mechanic was awful. Was abysmal. Was like, if the controller moves more than a fraction of an inch, you immediately fail it. So you're incentivized to just, like, rush, like, drop it onto a flat surface and, like, not touch it for the entirety of the section. It's just, like, such awful gameplay. Where you hold the controller super still? Yeah. I think it's just awful. It's so frustratingly done. I'm looking at this at such a weird close-up angle. Behold the jawline. What is the purpose of this? God, the red light does nothing without the flash, and the flash is really obnoxious. Bar 28. I bet there's some really clever thing I could piece together if I cared at all. But I don't know won't. I just, like, really don't know what we're getting at with all this stuff.
68, 83.
Sure. Is there a reason why I would think that I care about that number in particular? This is movable? Looks movable. I did it. I don't know what it is, but I did it. Are you proud of me? I did whatever that was. This is not a good hiding place. Vasco says, to this day, I'm so 100% sure that having a touchpad in the middle of a video game controller was the most not needed thing ever to be put in a video game controller. That is probably true. It's an interesting idea. It's an idea I like more than various other ideas that have also not succeeded. I assume the light change means that he's gone now? Drill bit.
There we go.
I guess. It's like a spring-loaded spear. It's like a pretty underwhelming one, but it is like that in some way. Ooh, can I press this button ever so lightly?
Press the button! Press the button!
Okay.
Press it!
Okay.
That's
Okay.
it! Press the button! Press it! Press the button!
Okay, Mark, hold
Press
it together.
the button! No,
Nothing
no,
bad's gonna happen.
Press the button!
Is there a reason why I would want to press this button?
button. Press the button. Press the button.
It feels like pressing the button's not a great idea. Oh, hang on. Doesn't even tell me what happened. Just that at some point, Mark might be on the ground and Kate would find him. Oh, sick, an obol. How many obols is this obol worth? 5. How did the video game lie to you? I mean, we just did the choice thing, right? Hector Monday. I'm sure that was a one-off. The game has been very trustworthy. I mean, the one thing I'll say is that they did not lie about how ridiculously overpowered the hide mechanic was. 6883 was it? Okay, but like for real, why was that it?
Fuck!
You okay?
No! This fucking thing popped out of nowhere.
So they removed that head from the hat display on the second floor or whatever. I don't know what the like relevant takeaway from that is. Oh, this looks like a possible hiding room. But if you're letting me look at stuff, maybe not. Oh, psyche eval.
Psychological assessment conducted by Dr. Isabella Garcia. Patient
I don't know,
name,
is it?
Monday, Hector. Behavioral observation.
Not cool.
Hector arrived at our scheduled appointment 24 minutes late. Once we sat down and began the session, he struggled to maintain eye contact. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings and was terse and guarded throughout. Hector has been working long hours and as a result,
he removed both of our faces.
Hector spoke about his recently deceased mother and displayed evidence that he hasn't yet fully come to terms with her death. I strongly recommended a course of antidepressants, but he is resistant to this idea, believing that it would have a detrimental effect on his capabilities with regards to his current investigation. Hector describes his work in immaculate detail, and contrary to earlier in the session, his thought content is both coherent and logical. He is displaying an unhealthy obsession with his work, but his recent bereavement may be the underlying issue.
Oh, we're absolutely doing Psycho. You have been misled if you think we're not doing Psycho. It's just Psycho with animatronics. Yeah, it's sort of a Psycho meets Five Nights at Freddy's, except the game mechanics are weird and the story doesn't borrow much from Five Nights. Although we are going in the vent. I'm actually super crazy duper surprised that they didn't make me shimmy slowly through this tunnel for no value. Okay, I think we're gonna call it there. I'm not like 1000% sure we get done tomorrow. We'll find out. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm enjoying the experience of this, don't get me wrong. Do I think it's like the worst one in the series? Maybe. Maybe? It's probably a little early to try and say definitively, but like, you know, much like the argument I've been making a lot recently, I am not sure that this game is playing to its strengths. And I think I'm, ever since I arrived at that conclusion, I'm more and more convinced that this is an important thing to do if you can't necessarily achieve all of your goals in making the game. Is like, you're much better off having your strengths be on like full display than trying to do everything if you're not equipped and or willing to try and like execute everything. And like, you know, it's going back to what Zacula in particular had said, like a game like this, its value is sort of like in the story and in seeing the branches play out differently. Like you get replay value from doing that, and you can like talk to your friends about like, well, what did you do? Like, did you smash this guy's hand? Did you like do this other stuff? And I don't know. I feel like this game just has like a lot of like wandering around. The document thing has been in these games since Until Dawn, and I get that they add like a certain flavor to the game. I'm not sure that this game is emphasizing the strengths of that as much as some of the previous games. But like there's also just something about just like the general flow of like when I guess part of it is like I like the idea of everyone sort of haphazardly being separated from like the moving walls and trapdoors and stuff. But it does lead to this like sense of like absolutely minimal agency when like these games typically really want you to feel like your choices matter. And I know it's like kind of like a cliche thing to say about video games, but like I think interactive movies are like really high on the list of games that like want you to have that experience because the gameplay is relatively minimal and the point is that you impact the story. So feeling like your choices matter is important, and it feels weird to me. Not that like the other games in this series are all about like choosing who groups up and like strategizing or anything like that, but like it just, I don't know, it feels like so much of the story is out of your control that it feels like there's less impact, even though I'm not even necessarily sure that's true, but it's presented in a way that comes across that way to me anyway. So I guess, like I said earlier, I think this game just needs to be a little bit better to feel much better. I still think that's true. I think little might be underselling a bit. I think it's like 20% before, and I think I'd agree with like 20% better would make the game feel much more than 20% better. But I'm also not entirely sure that I know what 20% I would focus on if I was given that task, you know? For me, it's the overhead writing and needing to cut. The cutting between groups is offensive to me in some way. I know it's like a strong word, but like it really feels like that is distracting from like a sincere feeling of tension building. I know it's like meant to build suspense because the idea is like, oh no, but what happened to that person? But I don't think we're using that gimmick responsibly. I feel like sometimes basically nothing will happen and it'll be like, oh no, basically nothing happened. And it's like weird. Yeah, it definitely gives the sense that there's a bunch of filler. Like, I think maybe the 20% better is honestly just like cutting 20% of the stuff that's not adding to like the horror feeling or the impact on the story or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think that the pacing is a strong weakness. And I've been saying that since early on, where like you get to the island and you're like doing a bunch of this like faffing around and like all you find is like a couple documents and like a really basic puzzle that's like optional and doesn't add anything to the game. It's like, but like we could be doing spooky stuff. I mean, it's no start to Kathy Rain 2 in terms of pacing, but like, I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely interested to see how it ends. I'm going to need the guidance of chat to determine when and how we try to force danger upon these characters. But like, it's interesting in that, like, I think this game is objectively worse than Man of Medan, but I honestly felt like I had a much worse time playing Man of Medan, and I feel like there's something interesting to analyze about me and potentially the game in that discussion. But we're not going to have that here. Like Blueprints, it might be better if shorter. I'd agree. I'll co-sign that 100% because I also feel like I would like Blueprints a lot more if it was shorter. I definitely get the instinct in releasing our first video game to put every idea we've ever had in it, but I do feel like that the game has suffered for that, in my opinion. Not sure that everyone agrees with that, and I think that's a valid viewpoint, but like for me, I think that a much more contained and focused experience beyond the initial presented core gameplay loop and goal would be better than this huge, broad, sweeping silliness. Did you eventually 100% at Demolition? I'm sorry for your loss of time and possibly sanity. But yeah, I think I'd agree with that entirely too, exactly. That I think a lot of games suffer in terms of pacing, and it's a hard thing to sort of concretely narrow down. But I do also agree that like a horror game will make it a lot more noticeable because the pacing, you live or die by the pacing in terms of your tone, and tone is really important to the horror game. And I do think that at least out of the Supermassive Games catalog, this definitely has the least horror tone. And part of that might also be the sudden and unpredictable nature of the traps, making it hard to feel like danger is imminent because it's by design happening so suddenly. Like, I like that as a looming threat, but I do think that it's hard to reconcile that with this type of storytelling, you know? I don't know. I think it's a really interesting game to discuss because, like, it has enough of the right elements. Obviously, it's building on other games that have done this more successfully, in my opinion. So, like, I think it becomes a really good example of what does and doesn't work in, like, the raw formula, or even just, like, what does and doesn't work in the creative decisions, particularly for this game. It is really interesting. But yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up the stream because it's late, and boy, let me tell you, the PS5 is kicking out heat like nobody's business. Somewhere in this room, I have hidden some number of secret Squirtles. In the haste and the chaos of the whole window situation, I forgot to put a extra one handy to show you what they look like. But if you can find a secret Squirtle hidden among the various plush friends on display in this room, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. And if some of you are having sewage backups in adjacent buildings and looming threats of similar doom, or even just some lady yelling at you that she didn't cause a car accident, honestly, the number of times she said she didn't cause the car accident starts to make me think she's protesting too much, and maybe she caused the car accident. Secret Squirtle behind Oob, always a good guess. Pig, I assume Pig. I think this came up the last day. We've only had this little gal for a little while. She's supposed to be like a vampire bat, I think, but she's definitely got the pig snoot. Oh, unless you mean Tepig back there. I suppose that's also possible. Cheryl guess, obviously. Back to the well behind Crab. I have like Pirate Crab and regular Crab. I think you mean Carlos. All right, let's take a look. Little pink. Okay, little pink one. Let's start there because that guess culminates two different guesses. My mom had guessed behind Oob the ghost, and on top of Oob was our little bat. There would be a Squirtle there. This is the one that Sarah made. I doubt she's still in chat. This right here, one of Demolition's favorite. This is Cheryl the spider. She is glamorous. She has multicolored legs, a sparkly belly, and a sparkly bow. Lovely little spider friend. Happens to be named Cheryl. The screen is backwards, so it won't read correctly. That's why we have Oob the ghost. Hiding there inside the spider basket. That's the Squirtle. And we had a Squirtle behind Carlos as well. Correct, Crab. Very good. Very good work, everyone. How very wishy. I mean, I don't know how you feel about being a spot. I don't actually know if there's a Squishmallow named Kyle. I doubt there's one named Vasco, but I'm a big fan of this one. I think Mom found this at a store locally, and I don't know if she bought it specifically because it was named Cheryl, or if it's just because she's cute, but I think she's really cute. Anyone care to take a guess on the theme? There is one. Hearing your government name is so jarring. I know. That's why I did it in Halloween month. It's so spooky. Aren't you more unsettled by that than anything in this game, barring the deep and unpleasant breathing? There's a Kylie and a Kyler. That's wild. That's really odd. Costumes, an excellent guess considering how many Halloween friends are on display. But no. We'll give another moment if anyone wants to have any other guesses. But yes, while we're paused, everyone keep in mind that a week from today, well, a week from the Friday when the stream started, is the official 2025 Halloween stream, which is going to be a big old deal. Kyler is a lime axolotl. That's a choice. Oh, and Europe's off by an hour. That is good to know. So the theme this time was actually something someone pointed out last week, which wasn't intentional at the time, but then became intentional because the stuffed animals that I normally keep in this room all are like boxed up in my kitchen. It's kind of an incredible hassle to move them, so I didn't want to like change too many of the friends on display. So the theme was Squishmallows, and basically everything other than my like accent Halloween keychain Pokemon and my Tepig, who I'm just tickled with because I went to a lot of effort to get that Tepig. I saw Squishmallows. Kylie's a cheetah. And there's a Kyla who's an elephant. Interesting. They must be saving Kyle for something stupid. Like, they're probably like waiting for like a garbage bag Squishmallow, and they're gonna be like, that one's Kyle. Garbodor. The Tepig looks fair. I'm very pleased with the Tepig. When I first, because you get them at random when you do that pre-order, and like Tepig was the one I was least excited about, but like after seeing photos of all three of them and after getting mine, like at first I was disappointed. I was like, Tepig, it's my least favorite of the three. But then like I got him and he's cute, and then in the game he says Snurt, like Porygon says Jag in Pokemon Let's Go. And it appealed. I was like, nah, you won me over. I'm a fan. All right, great. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. I hope that you will join me for the Halloween stream next Friday on Halloween night. I've been working super duper crazy duper hard on some new stuff to show off. Mainly one thing and the costume, but there will be some other surprises. And yeah, tomorrow we'll see if we can finish this. I don't know. We'll see how that all works out. But until I see you next, take care of yourselves and remember that you are clawsome.